can tell you when you skin your first knee. I can tell you when you saw your first sea. I can tell you who you thought you would be. Can you tell me anything about me? missing the guidance. I forgot. It's somewhere lost, lost to the cages, cages of chaos. I forgot. Somewhere it must be written. I just lost my access to the map. Somewhere love had bitten. I chased the apple and realized can't let it go.
Well, howdy everyone. We got through another week, sorta, huh? Now let's start by saying hi to everybody and find out who got the cookie. Let's see, who will get the summertime cookie? Looks like Hot Dog Pilot Andy got it, but he had to take off, so you'll catch you on the replay, Andy. Enjoy that cookie. That Train Guy 94, Thomas, he gets the half cookie. Enjoy the half cookie, Thomas. Good to see you here. John Nippenberg, Landmark Yards, he gets the crumbs. Still good to see you, John. Glad you're here. Derek Alexander, he's the first one in but doesn't get a cookie. Hey, good to see you here, Derek. Yeah, let's see who else we got. Tom Grassi. Hey, Tom, good to see you here, man. Captain Ray, how's it going? Good to see you here. I hope you're enjoying that new 3D printer you just bought. That's cool. Let's see what else we got here. Dundas Junction Model Railroad, James. Hey, James. How's it going, man? Good to see you here. Trainman 101. Hey, Mickey. How's it going, man? Haven't seen you in forever. Good to see you here. And who else do we got? Is that everybody? Chuck Shriver. Hey, Chuck. Good to see you. Glad you're here. And DWM Trains, Dave, how's it going? Good to see you here, man. And that's everybody so far, so. Jim, did you send me my key? Not yet. Tom, as a matter of fact, it's all packed up and ready to go. I just got to send it out. Probably not going to be till the end of the month because I ran out of money. So as soon as I get some spare change, I'll go ahead and send that out. Let's see, Jim, I can tell you a story. I bet you can, James. Alright, that's everybody so far. Okay, so I'm going to be showing videos tonight, mostly. But before we get to that, we'll talk about some things. As you know, I've been working on my newest project, which is the dual tunnel mountain series that's going in the back of the layout. I don't really know what to call it. Except the dual tunnel mountain, I guess. Like, kid, you should help with shipping. Yeah, there you go. Money will drain you. Yeah, that's true. I spent more than I wanted to today, but, well, not today, but this month. But I needed things, you know, in order to work my project, so. Priorities, of course. Tom Grace's mountain scene. Yeah, that'll work. It is a combination mountain and tunnel, so it's kind of both. Nice. I've got two videos I'm going to show tonight. I'm going to start with the tunnel lighting, but I'm going to blast through it. I'm not going to show all of it because it's kind of boring. I did run into a problem with it. And, well, you'll see that toward the end I'll play. I did get the problem sorted, but I wasn't aware of it. Maybe some of you guys would be, but we'll see it when we get through it. Jim, did you see my G-skit? No, I have not. Doesn't show up on my feed. Generally, I don't see things. That's not to say it won't, but it hasn't so far. Throw me off my train of thought there. So, I said I did have to buy a few things. I did a short I bought some hot glue sticks, which I'm going to need plenty of. I already used like 5 of them out of the 50. But when I do the covering for the mountain, that won't come up until next week probably. I'll shoot the video. I'll start on it tomorrow, and then we'll see how it goes. But I had the wife get me some foil today. Some Reynolds wrap. Heavy duty. There you go. I thought it would be thicker than it is, but it really isn't. I don't know if it's going to work or not. It's awful thin. It crumples up nice. It gives good terrain features. I mean, you know, there's just a small area here that I did. Actually, I'd probably use the dull side on the back. It doesn't look bad. The only problem is it tears really easy. So I don't know if that's going to be a problem or not, but I'm going to try it tomorrow. If it works, we'll run with it. If not, then I'll probably go to using a paper bag instead. Big Jim, is that a standard thickness for... I don't know. It could be. I've got... Let's see. Here, let me get the glue gun. Hey, this chair drives me nuts. I have to back it up against something so I can get up in it properly and spin it around. I can't just sit in it because it kind of rolls out from under me. We'll talk about that later. This is the glue gun I'm using. This is a Walmart special. I think I paid like $9 for it. As far as this, I guess, is for this type of gun, this is like considered a mini gun. That's the standard thickness for the glue tubes. They do make bigger guns that take the bigger tube, glue stick. But I don't have one of those, and this is actually for what I need. This thing gets so hot that actually, it's probably hasn't melted yet, but right up here on the side, you gotta be careful when you're handling it because it'll burn your fingers. Even though it's plastic, that's how hot this thing gets. Of course, especially if you have it on for an hour or so. It throws a lot of heat. But it does a great job though, you know. And tell me the hot glue, how many times I burned the shit out of my fingers on it, you know. Just is what it is. So yeah, I guess that would be a standard thickness for most glue guns. What thickness are those sticks? Let's see if it says on here. They're 0.28 of an inch. So I'm not sure what that is. It's like a little bit of a, it's like almost a quarter of an inch, or maybe a little more than a quarter inch. Because they go by millimeters on this stuff. And this is a 8-inch long stick. They make them in 4-inch and 8-inch. And they said they have different diameters. There's 0.27, 0.28. I've seen 0.20. That's an oddity. Now you could probably get away with a smaller one. Well, maybe. I don't know. I went by what I had when it came with the gun. And that's what it showed. So I ordered those sticks off of Amazon. Because I saw a lot of them that were a little tiny bit smaller, like an 027. I said, well, you know, if I'm using an 028, I better stick with that. I mean, I don't think it would make a difference because basically you've got a ring in here. I probably can't see it. But the ring grabs the stick and forces it through. So I think even if it were a tiny bit smaller, it'd probably still work. As long as it wasn't too small. You know, like I said, these sticks, glue sticks, are cheap. Hey, Joe Rader, Black Rock Central. Good to see you here, man. Glad you're here. These are cheaper than the big ones. I've seen them even in Walmart or in the hobby shops. They have, you like camera right over here. There we go. They have these huge ones. They take like a half-inch thick stick on there. Those sticks are expensive, you know. And you still got to squeeze it through a tiny hole, so what difference does it make? Jerry said I went to buy them on Amazon and there were so many choices. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And there really were, because that's where I got mine from. And looking through it, it's like you said, only different. What you need to do is find out what belongs with your gun, your glue gun, and stay as close to that as possible. I like the 8-inch long ones because they go further between having to change them out. Because I had a bunch of 4-inch sticks that I blasted through those quick. Dave says Ryobi makes a standard size 16-volt glue gun. It works great, no cord to mess. Yeah, that would be nice. Probably a smart way to go with it too. Because that's the only thing with that, you got the cord, so unless you want to mess with extension cord, you better be near an outlet. So, hopefully, you know. So that's good to know, Dave. Well, that's, you know, I don't plan on buying another one, but this one never dies. And I've had this for about, oh shit, probably 10 years. I've had it forever. I don't think they really go bad, you know. But if it ever does, then I'll probably get a cordless one next time. I like cordless tools. I mean, they're great, you know. As you said, I just went out and bought a new cordless Dremel because the old one died. And the new one I got is fucking huge, man. I mean, the thing's big, you know. Yeah, like the other one was small. I don't care because it's still cordless and it works great. I had a piece of the gun, but it was too short to get it out in measurement. Well, actually, you could probably measure the back hole in the where the glue goes in. Just pull the glue out, well, if you can. Measure this hole, and you know, use a micrometer or something probably more accurate. And that'll tell you what size you need. If you don't have documentation anymore, which you're like me, I never save documentation. I should, but I don't. Dave says Santa brought it last Christmas. That's cool. So anyway, but that makes, well, if you're doing stuff like this, you need a glue gun, you know. And there's a lot of areas on the layout where a glue gun really comes in handy, you know. I suppose if you really wanted to, you could even use that to glue your track down with, you know. Because the glue stays molten for at least a minute or two, which would give you enough time to get it set in place, and you know, you're good. You just want to put a thin layer down, though. You wouldn't want to make it real thick, because then it would ooze up between the ties and that would look like shit. But there's a lot of things you could, like I said, you could use on. You could put buildings together with it, especially if you're using the paper buildings or cardboard, you know, buildings, which some of you guys do. It's just the way to go, you know. Tom says, just checked on Amazon. The Ryobi cordless glue gun is $48. Some $75. The 48's not bad. I paid $10 for this, but it's a plug-in. If I didn't have this, I would and knew about the cordless, I would have spent $48. I don't think I'd spend $75 because I don't use it that much. I mean, that thing sat in the drawer. I think I used it twice in the last 5 years, you know. Like I said, when I need it, it's there, but it's not something that, it's not really a go-to tool. So, you know. But still nice to have, you know. And as I said, cordless is definitely the way to go. If you can get away with it, because, you know, anytime you're not distracted by a cord. You know, next thing I want to get probably is a good, oh, I'm sure they do, Tom. That's cool. Next thing I want to get is a cordless soldering iron. I have one, but it uses uses the lighter, the butane. The only problem with that is the butane goes so quick and it's got a small tank on it. And like you could solder 3 joints and it's out of gas You got to refill it. It's a real pain in the balls. I had an electric rechargeable one some years, well, back when I was still in Naples. I actually got it as a gift, but it was a really cheapo and it didn't last long. But I'd like to get a good one that's rechargeable. Preferably, you know, everything's contained in the handle. And that was the way to go, so that'll probably be the next thing I buy. Because, you know, sometimes, like I said, you know, if you're soldering feeders or something, it's nice to have a soldering iron that you could just, you know, drag around the track or whatever. It's already down. In my case, it already is. So, you know, if I want to use my good soldering iron, I have to have an extension cord and drag that sucker all around my layout. Well, I have thought about putting outlets underneath the bench work. I mean, I've got them on the wall, but I was thinking maybe extensions and screw them in just underneath the edge of the bench where you can't see them, but they're there. And that would be handy too. Dave says hot glue is great for planning HO scale people. And that, yeah, that's true. That would be. I didn't even think of that. And it's also removable, you know, if you had to. I've been using super glue, and unfortunately, once you put them down, they don't want to come back up too easily. So yeah, I didn't even think about that. Like I said, there's probably, shit, I get the hiccups. There's a million possibilities for using a hot glue gun on the layout. So, and the sticks are cheap. I said I bought 50 sticks for $9.99, and they had another brand that was the same diameter. Or no, that was the 027 or .27. They had 100 of them for $15. I almost bought those first, but I really wanted to stay with what I felt I needed. But so I mean, the stuff's cheap, and you know, like you said, I've used so far. I had 4 sticks of my own before I bought these from Amazon, and I think I used four or five more to do all the gluing on the framework of on the tunnel mountain scene, whatever you want to call it. So I glued everything, man. You know? And it works great, you know. And of course, like I said, if you have to, you can remove it. It's not terribly, you know, difficult, but you know, it actually is pretty solid. It stay there, but with a little bit of work, you could actually take it off. Super glue or any other type of glue, you may have some issues with that. So, oh damn, these fucking hiccups. I don't know where I got them from. So basically, I've got, it's behind me. You can't see it, and I'm not going to show it to you. You'll get to see it on the videos. Oh hell, you can see it, maybe. It looks like hell right now. I mean, it looks weird. And I got the whole thing framed out for the mountain, and there's a solid backboard. I used foam board for the back, you know, dollar store foam board, and that was just rigid enough to make a good backstop for it. You won't see it anyway. So he said once I get the covering on there and get it all scenic out, it should look pretty good, I hope anyway. And I do have working lights inside. There's 5 LEDs per tunnel, and they actually kind of look like the old style, I don't know what the hell you call them. They're like, well, you know how LED looks. They're right up against the ceiling, and it looks like those old style type lights, so worked out pretty good. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and, you guys are ready, I'll play the first video. That's the tunnel lights. Like I said, I'm going to show you a little bit from the front, then I'm going to fast forward to near the end where I ran into problems. Because the whole video is like 39 minutes long. You'll be bored to death. And we don't want you getting bored to death. Joe says, bought my glue gun from Harbor Freight almost 5 years ago. Came with 50 glue sticks, so far I have 5 sticks. There you go. Harbor Freight, yeah, they got them too. Probably a little cheaper too. Dave says, I also use it for strain reliefs on decoder plugs. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've used them for wiring too as a strain relief, so yeah, that works out good. Tom says condescendent. I'm not sure what that says. That you think of? Shit, I can't think of the word now. Yeah, I know what you're saying. You used to see them though, like in factories and stuff. It's a bulb, and it's got a like a glass cover on it. It looks like the bottom of a test tube. So I don't know what the hell they're called. Derek says, looks like a transmission cover. It was subconscious from your mechanic. Yeah, it could be. Condensing bulbs. Okay, that'll work. That could be. I'm not sure, but anyway, I thought they looked pretty cool. They look good in there, and so I'm going to go ahead and start that now. I'll show you the first few minutes of it, and we'll fast forward to near the end where I ran into the problems and how I solved it, and then we'll jump into the framework on the second video after a little while after that. So here we go. Alrighty. Howdy everybody. Yeah, let's see here. We're going to do some wiring today. I put all the lights in, as you can see. Basically I'm going to daisy chain these. It'll simplify the wiring. Going to go all the way around. But basically we're taking positive and negative and putting it together. And then this of course will go to power. And this one here will go to the white on this one, and so on and so on. You'll see as they do it. It's kind of boring. I don't know how much of this you really want to watch. I'll probably speed it up after I do the first couple. And I forgot to turn the power on for the soldering iron. Ugh. This one. Yep, that one. Okay, the power's on now. This chair is driving me nuts because I can't just sit down in it. It wants to roll every time I sit down in it. Alright, so we got everything we need here. We got soldering iron there, we have solder, some flux, and here we've got assorted shrink tubing. This looks like a good size for that. We're going to have to cut this down a little bit. Oh. One there. One there. One there. There's three that are ready to go. Put this over here. Alright. Gonna separate this again. I haven't tested, so I actually put two together to make sure this was going to work, but it does. Actually kind of weird how that works, really. We're going to put these together. Alright, we got a little flux on there. And move all this stuff a little closer over here where I can get at it. Shrink it up. Alright. And there's one that's completely soldered up, so we're good to go. Now we're going to go to the next one. Now I'm making these leads a little bit longer. So they're just not very long. I want to be able to... I already did that one, okay. Do the same thing with this one. Put the shrink wrap on there. A little bit of flux. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of solder. There we go. Looks like it could use a little bit more. You just this tip tenders really come in handy. Yeah. The solder. There we go. There we go. And that's two down. Down a little further. Okay, that's fucked up. Why isn't it working? Make sure the transformer's actually any good. White's positive. Okay, the transformer works. My wire's working. It was working before. Okay, that's not good. Something went wrong. I just gotta figure out what the hell what. White to black. Huh. Strip this down some more. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Well, maybe if you can't put that many in series, that's possible. Okay, well we could figure that out pretty quick. Let's see if okay, we got 3 lit. We start to heat this chair. Okay, well, those 5 are lit. So apparently it can't drive 10 of them in that situation. Now, just around the fucking chair again. I believe that did it. Yep, that lit them all up. Okay, put this light back on. Wrong one. Alright, well that was a success then. Just had to make a minor modification the way it wires run. So I'm gonna have to run each bank separately, which is no big deal. So I'll probably, well, I won't do it here, but I'll wire in a separate power connector. And well, I'll do a 2-into-1, so it should be fine. I guess, well, we learned something there. You can't run more than 5 LEDs in series. Or parallel. Actually, that'd be parallel. So that's the limit, 5 LEDs per, on a parallel line. I could have probably done them in series and powered all of them, but that would, I didn't want to add a bunch of fucking wires, so that's why I didn't do that. Alright, well, I think that's going to conclude today's video on wiring up the lights. We did good. Probably took a lot longer than it should have. But that's the way it goes. Alright guys, well thanks for watching, and stay tuned for the next one, which will more than likely be starting to build the framework. So look forward to that. Until next time, we'll see you. Alright, so that ordeal took almost 2 hours. That's why I said that's why I sped through it. I had already shortened it, but not quite enough. And it was actually a 29-minute long video. But I said I was doing well until I went to hook them all up. Having 10 LEDs daisy chained together did not work. It was too much for it, I guess. So bringing it down in the left bank, right bank, 5 LEDs per feed, and then junctioning it to a power connector, that worked fine. So they all 10 work now, and I've got the power connector in the back. Well, you'll see it probably in the next video, or one after, not sure. So I hope it wasn't too boring for you. Like I said, you know, because I do work slow and sometimes I have to take frequent breaks. This chair drives me nuts. I bought new rollers for it, new wheels. They're the urethane ones. They're a lot bigger than the little plastic ones that it comes with. got a deal from Temu. I think I paid $21 for 5 of them. They roll good. Maybe a little too good, but for some reason, I think maybe one of the arms is bent on this chair, and the one likes to get hung up, so it doesn't. It's easier if I push it back than it is pull it forward. So that's why I have to swing around like a lunatic. I'm buying another fucking chair next month. I'll get a cheap one. That'll solve the problem. Jim, you could have put a resistor on the LED so then you could have more on the line. True, but then the LEDs would have dimmed them down, and I didn't want to dim them any. So I wanted full brightness out of all of them. And that's why I elected not to do that. I said I could have wired them in series too, where I had like a bus line, 2 of them, and then just connected to the bus line, and the bus line would connect the power. That would have worked too, but I didn't want to have that much wiring in there. That's why I thought daisy chaining it would be, easier. Hey, you live and learn though, James says, I started to work on the platform for Trackside Mike's Helix. Oh, cool. Well, hopefully you'll videotape some of that so we can watch you in action. So like I said, it wasn't a total failure. Well, yeah, blue smoke is for Heath. I haven't blue smoked anything yet. Knock wood, Jim, the set depends on the size of the resistor. Well, I don't know that a resistor would have made that much difference unless it really dimmed it down somewhat. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't understand what the difference is between 5 LEDs and 10 LEDs is. Because like I said, I wired each bank in parallel, connected them together into a single, power connector, put the power to it, and it works just fine. So, like I said, I don't understand. So, it wasn't that there wasn't enough wattage on the transformer. There's plenty of wattage. So, I'm not sure what the hell happened unless, well, an LED is, it's a diode, basically. Maybe for some reason, I would have had to reverse the 6th wire. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not worried about it. They got it fixed, and that's all that matters. Is it just plug and you get a dimmer? Well, I have a just plug dimmer. And I could have used it, but like I said, I didn't want to overcomplicate things. Now, what power source? I was just using a 12 volt wall wart, a generic one. I've got one already back there that I was running the 2 LEDs on the old tunnel with. It's the same power output. I think it's 1 amp or something like that. Or I don't remember the exact voltage. Well, here's one right here. Now this was the 4.5 volt. Okay, that's a different one. Basic 12 volt wall wart, and it works just fine. So I'm not really worried about any problems that way. James says the Helix is 6 foot in diameter. That's big. That's a big diameter. What are you running? Like, is it a dual track or a single track? Dual track would probably be a little bit bigger diameter. But you're probably running like what, 28 degree radius track on that? See, I'm only going to be running 24 radius. Is it 24 or 26? It's 24 radius on mine, and it's single track, so 4 foot's big enough for it, and it's, it'll still, everything I have will run on it. So you are running dual track, okay. Tom says, I connect LEDs that I make for buildings, etc. I connect the wires to a 14 DCC bus line. Yeah, you could do that too. But I don't have a 14 volt bus line. My bus line's 16 volts, and I would have had a resistor those, because I think those are they're 12 volt built-in resistors on the LEDs. I bought 100 of them, and let's see, I think they're rated to 13 volts and that's it. So if I'd have went over that, it might have blew them out. James says 30 and a half and 33. Okay, that's a little more than I thought, but that's cool. It can run anything on that then. Like I said, I'm running 30 on my main, the two mains, 30-inch radius curves, but actually I think it's 30 and yeah, I think it is 30 and 32 actually. Because I'm running them pretty close together. And I can run anything on mine, so I'm not worried about it. So anyway, that's how the lighting went. And I said all I did was, I didn't drill the holes in the tunnel. I actually had the holes pre-made when I printed the tunnel sections. And because I widened the tunnel after I designed it, and it worked out perfectly because it made the holes kind of oblong but sideways. And when I slipped the LED in there, it fit perfectly, you know, the wiring with the resistor on it, otherwise it probably wouldn't have fit. And I would have had to drill them out anyway. But I didn't have to drill anything because it just was a perfect fit. So I got lucky. So, but anyway, that's how that went. Like I said, I got through that, and I said, all right, that's fine. The next day, I went ahead and decided to start the framework. So I'm going to play that one. I think that one's 33 minutes. I'm going to let it run through its entirety. I did speed up some parts of it, because in actuality it was like 3 hours long. So I did shorten it by speeding up some of the stuff, but you'll get a pretty good idea what I'm doing. So here we go with the mountain frame. Here we go. Alright, well here we are. Well, here we might be anyway. Now, hopefully you can hear me alright. I hope so anyway. I've got quite a few strips of cardboard cut. I got some here, some here, and I've got some shorter pieces on the side. We have the glue gun, it's all ready to go. Plenty of glue strips. So the real question is, I've thought about this a little bit, but I don't have a concrete plan. But we're pretty close to an idea. So we're just going to do that. Then we're going to fold them over. Well, you'll see. I got a lot of these things and they're all going to be all over the place here. If I'm not careful. Never fails. There we go. There. If you want to have these 1, 2, 3 blocks on these here, because I just glued these on here, these two braces. The reason I did that is I want to bring them out now a little bit. So I created these spacer blocks to facilitate that, actually. So that should be okay, that one there. I can at least get 4 of these in. See, it's not even glued down yet, but I'm gonna put this back over here. That's gonna take more time to dry, so we're not gonna mess with that one then. So I'm thinking, now right here is where the overhead rail is gonna go through. And that's why I've got this cut down here. So it drops down over it. So there's gonna be a wedge. Basically gonna be like that. We're gonna go ahead and put a little glue in there. Hold that down. I do have a plan here, believe it or not. I'll do the same with this one here. Yes, indeedy, there is a plan. There's always a plan. Will that plan work or not is a good question, but there is a plan. Now, some of you guys are familiar with this technique. You're actually building the framework. It's not something that's, you know, brand new. It's actually old school stuff. But that's okay, because we do a lot of old school stuff here anyway. So what I need here actually is I need something for the crease. Actually, this here will probably work. There's enough here to do both. That's great. Seems to be. I see that'll actually work out pretty good. I'm gonna have this. That's actually going to be up there like that. I'm going to put something under there temporarily. Hold it up. Like that. And I'm going to go ahead and put braces behind it to keep that as such. And then we'll go over the other side when we're ready to. We'll turn this around and do the back side. But this is how the front side is going to work pretty much. Now, I'm going to build like a little, I don't know what you call it, but it's going to go down here, so this will be covered. So, but that's something I'll be doing later on. We just right now we want to get the rough form in, and of course it's not easy. Nothing ever is. So we're going to use some short pieces over here. Oops, I'm going to try and hang on to them. So I put some glue on this. That'll work. I'm going to want to put another, I'll trim these down after I get them in place. I'll put another one over here. Okay, go all the way down, that works. Get some glue on that. I'm going to go ahead and trim this down. Let's see where my scissors are at here. Scissors. Probably have to do something similar over here. So once I get everything tied together, it'll be fine. Looks kind of clusterfuck right now, but that's okay. Actually, I could probably put a little glue under that. And the beauty of this, none of this has to be exact because you want imperfections through the whole mountain range anyway. This is going to work out really good. I believe anyway. There we go. There we go. We can use some of these little ones to go across. Crosshatch. It's just like building a rector set. Remember rector sets? I had one when I was a kid. Actually, I had several when I was a kid. They're always fun to play with. Let's see what we're going to have to do. Grab one of these over here. Getting there. Put a little one over here. Remember, all this framework does is give something for the plaster cloth to adhere to. So none of it has to be perfect or straight. Maybe we'll do our best to try and make it right, but at least here and the other two are going up or lower, and so on and forth till we get to the end. So we should probably go up here too, huh? I would think. A little warm. Filter, don't get it on your fingers. Because it's a little warm. This will work. There we go. I should probably put one in the middle here too, just for shits and giggles, right? Ever wonder where that term came from? Shits and giggles. Kind of funny when you think about it. Alright. So the more support we can have for the plastic cloth, the better. I need to kick around, maybe even use a tinfoil and go in tinfoil to that after crumpling it up, so I'll get that kind of rocky formation. I'll have to experiment with some. I've got a roll in the house. Or I go to Dollar General and pick some up. Dollar store's always good for that stuff. Put this all over here. Still not glued down yet, huh? That one's glued down pretty good. I think we could probably go ahead and that one's pretty glued down too, so let's go ahead and put one there as well. Get as much as we can done. The more we get done, the better. And remember, there's going to be a lot of refinements on this. This is just a preliminary to get the basic shape down. Once we get that, then we'll start doing the cross hatches and everything else. And before you know it, it's going to take a mountain of spring. In theory, anyway. Alright. Probably almost a little boring here watching me do this, you know. And they speed it up just a tiny bit, we'll see. Not a lot, so you can still hear my voice, but I'll be a little squeaky, right? Let's see here. I really wonder if it'd be better to get my 3-foot level out. Let me go grab it. And we'll try that out. So I can make sure I get everything lined up properly for the overhead rail. There we go. I can walk in there. I don't know why that didn't stick. Go here, I'll put some bondine over here. Some over here, too. A little extra there. I mean, it's not really a big deal because once the framework's in place, it won't matter. But still, I'd like to have everything, tidied up here. So I'm going to take a brief break and we'll turn the camera off for it. And I'll turn it back on when I'm ready to restart. So be right back. Alright, I'm back. That was a brief break. It was like 10 minutes. Just enough to catch my breath. A little bracing here and there, Get some bracing up here too. Perfect. There you go. Gonna be a lot of these little strips I'm gonna be using by the looks of it. That's okay though. Oh, I guess you can consider the overhead rail as a large-scale project too, but this is more entailed. There's a lot more involved in it, especially with weathering and scenery. And I want to really make it nice. So nice that you guys are going to say, holy shit, that looks good. That's what I want to see, you know, so we'll go from there. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it a day. It's already almost 5 o'clock on Monday, and I'll pick this up again tomorrow. And we'll start more video on there, and I'll put all this video together when the time comes. And either show it in one part or 2 parts. Maybe 3, who knows. I'd like to get 1 part done just for this coming week on the show. So we'll see. I don't know why I'm telling you that, because you won't know that until you're actually watching it. So, anyway, I'll be back in a bit. Well, tomorrow actually, and we'll pick up where we left off today. So, thanks for watching. Alright, so that was part 1. I sped it up a little bit too because, like I said, it fast forward through it because it's really boring. To answer your question, Tom, no, it's not level. The frame is not level, not by any stretch. The only thing that's going to be level is the, what would you call the flat section where the overhead rail goes through, and that's just like if you cut, you know, through a mountain for your railroad tracks, obviously that would be straight. So that's the only thing that's really going to be level. Everything else is going to be, you know, a little wonky and different around. Of course, it's hard to see too until we start putting the face on, and then you'll see where it's uneven and it looks mountainous. It should look really good if I know what the hell I'm doing, which is too soon to tell, but we'll see. So if you guys are up for it, I'll play the second part. I think it's about 30 minutes too, and it's not too bad, so it's up to you. Y'all want to see it? Yay or nay, man? I'll leave it up to you. Meanwhile, I'm going to take a sip of soda. Alright, I'm not getting any answers on that for some reason. Go for it. There we go. Somebody finally says yay. Go for it. There you go. I really like the build, Jim. Well, thanks, Dave. It will look good, I'm pretty sure. It's just, remember, it's still in its infancy. You know, it's the very beginning, basically. So it's really hard to visualize it. I can because, well, I'm right here, and I've already finished the framework. So, like I said, starting tomorrow, I'm probably going to go ahead and I'm going to try the foil first. I have my doubts about it. So I might go with brown paper, you know, like garbage bags. Crinkle them up, glue them on. I think it might be better. But we'll see. Alright, I'll go ahead and run part 2. And this is the final video for now, anyway. So here we go. Alright, people. Today is Tuesday. And we're getting ready to start again on the tunnel project. Once I get in position, I've got to turn power on everything here, man. There, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, power's on. Get some more lighting going on here. Alright. Get my chair position so I can sit down. Oh, so much to do just to get prepared, huh? Alright, now. Let the fun begin. What do I want to do first? Let's see, I need to get these set up here. Let's see here. Be enough of a spacer. I'm going to put a spacer underneath this. Hold it up better. I can almost use this here. That's too tall. Alright, we'll just use the cardboard spacers. I think it might be too tall. Yeah, that's better. Move that right down over there. It's amazing what you can do with cardboard, isn't it? It gives me some support for this over here. Alright, let's see. You need to set this up a little bit. We can do that by this tab here, this tab here, I believe. Yeah, that'll work. Hopefully. I can even put these bigger ones in there, that'll work. This one will work. pieces in the front here. Doesn't work. There you go. All I got left now is the front. I suppose we could probably turn this puppy around. See what we got for the front here. That'll work. And one more for this one up here. Oh, there's a cage. That'd be nice to put something up here on this edge. Ah, damn it. It never fails. Of course, it goes all the way back to the wall, right? Let's try that again. I think we can do that. There we go. I think that looks good. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the camera off, turn this thing around, take a little break, and then we'll start on the back side. Hey everybody, it's now Wednesday, and it's time to get some work done. Let's get my chair here anyway. All this stuff out of the way here. So as you can see, yesterday I printed up these spacers, and they're designed to bring this backboard out further so that I can use the foil to cover the edge of the tunnel. And you're not going to see this because this will be behind the layout. So I guess what we're going to do first is we're going to go ahead and glue this up. This should be pretty straightforward. this is all pretty well glued up. That's good. Need another tube. Oh, I could open up the new bag by the looks of it. Hold on just a second. Grab a few and put them over here. We get this loaded up. Get plenty of glue on here so that we don't have any problems down the road. Alright, here we go. Alright, so that's in. Let that dry up. And I got this piece here. And there's a square here for the power cable. Probably bigger than it needed to be, but that's okay. Go ahead and move that up. Same deal, we'll put a good shot of glue in there. That was easy. I'm going to let this glue set. And then I'm going to go ahead and turn this around again. And the reason for that is quite simple. Because we're going to have to glue in the supports up here. I don't know if it'd be better to do it this way or turn it around. I'm not sure. It might be better to do it this way. It's closer and I could strap everything in. I'm going to turn the camera off for a minute. I'll be back in a bit and we'll wrap this up. Alright, I'm back. Took a brief 10-minute break. Oh, looks pretty good. The glue's set. I believe it's going anywhere. Well. Alright, let's go ahead and start setting some of these up. There we go. trim that piece off because it was sticking out past the tunnel portal. Okay, let's go ahead and glue this up here. Guess we'll put a bunch of these up first. We're going to be using a lot of these probably. Doesn't take much to burn myself, I'll tell you what. I'm probably going to fast forward through some of this because it's kind of boring. You get the idea. I want to use the fatter ones for this. I don't mind using, more than usual. The more you have, the stronger the assembly is. There's nothing wrong with excessive bracing. Oh, I gotta rest my back for a minute. Got a lot of bracing in the back there, right? That's okay, because that'll make the whole assembly stronger. Strength, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of strength. That rooster you hear in the background, yeah, that's a real rooster. He tries to sell nuts too, by the way. My wife joking offered to pay me to wring its neck the other day. But I'm not going to wring its neck. Oh, that thing is a fucking nuisance, though. It does that all day and all night. And what it's actually doing is it's a mating call. Because it can't get near the hens, which I'm sure does not make it very happy, but, you know. Dad won't eat a fertilized egg. So it doesn't really matter to me any, but I can understand their hesitance to want to do that. There's one more. I actually don't even need one more. It's pretty good there. You probably know that you've been hearing that rooster through most of the recordings. But just in case you thought maybe it was, you know, recording for the train or something, it's not. It's the real bird. We actually have two roosters, but this one runs around the yard. I think the other one, she keeps caged up. And the rest are hens. So, this looks pretty good. Actually looks kind of weird. I have to fold them over and glue them to the front and then trim the excess, which is no big deal. And I think I'm going to stop the camera again, take a little break, and I think I will turn it around to do the fold over. I think it'll be easier. It was easier to do this part of it from behind, but the rest I think will be easier from the front. So stay tuned, I'll be right back. And we'll resume and get this, at least the cage work wrapped up anyway. That takes care of the front and the back. I gotta do the sides now. Build a little ledge off of here on both ends. Not quite sure how I'm gonna do that yet. I guess I'm about to figure it out though. Some more cardboard. I got a bunch over here yet. Hopefully enough to finish up anyway. Well, we're just about done. I think I'm going to go ahead and turn the camera off anyway. I've got a couple pieces to do on that end. And then that's it until we get to the foil. Well, hopefully the wife's going to bring me some foil later today. And we'll start foiling hopefully. If it works. If not, we'll have to do something different. But I'm going to try the foil because I think it might be the perfect solution for this. Anyway, thanks for watching. And this is going to wrap up this part. The next part will, of course, be called Foiling the Mountain. So, I'm not sure when we'll show that. Could be the week after. We'll see. Thanks for watching and stay tuned for more progress as we go along with it. Alright, well, that was my stir-up. Apparently I fucked up when I did the fast forward when I was in editing. It wasn't supposed to do that. So, but yeah, you get the point. I was trying to, so that's the whole, everything you've seen so far is literally 3 days worth of work. I've done about 15 hours. That was condensed. So, well, you won't see it in the plaster cloth because, like I said, I'm not using plaster cloth. I'm going to try the tin foil. I don't think it's going to work, but I'll give it a shot. If it looks good, I'll go with it, but if not, I'll use paper grocery bags instead. I'll crumple them up and then glue them into place. Now, I do have some plaster cloth, so there's some areas that I may highlight, you know, because like I said, here's a better view of it. There we go. You can see where, like I said, it's the framework is completely finished. And what I've done was, over here I've got like a ramp that goes down. It won't be smooth, but in between here is where the overhead rail is going to go all the way through. As Derek called it a ledge, I guess kind of a ledge. And then over here, same thing, but a little bit shorter. And of course, like I said, there's different levels of the mountain. It's going to be kind of wavy. a little bit in the front, but like I said, I could fix that with plaster cloth, or even the garbage bag will work. Now, I may even have enough plaster cloth to do this. I don't know. I got one roll in there, it's brand new. I thought I have a second one, so I have to look. But like I said, I wanted to, look mountainous. And in the front, I'll probably do maybe a rock face. And I've got some rocks here. And I have plenty of plaster of Paris. Hold on just a second. Takes a bit to walk all the way back there. But I've got these rock face castings, and I have the mold to make more. I could maybe do something similar to this, where I'll have it. It won't stay right there, but it won't stay. But something like that over the rest of the mountain for a rock face. Because I'm also going to have the sugar shortline is going to be in the front of this. That'll be level with this, with the table. It's going to be out here about maybe 5 or 6 inches. And it'll be a short bridge, a small bridge that goes over that lake. Like I said, it's going to be, I think it's going to be pretty impressive when it's done. I hope it will be anyway. But a lot of it's going to, it's just, what's going to make or break, it's going to be the scenery. So we'll see how that goes. But you're right, actually it does look like a bench. I told my wife that yesterday. I says, if you look at it right, it looks like an old worn out bench. Like one of those wooden ones that you see that are all broken down. I don't know, it's kind of weird. So, but that's the plan anyway. So, I'm thinking about doing, depending on how far I get, I'm thinking about doing maybe another live stream, possibly Saturday or Sunday, same time, 6 o'clock. I don't know for sure yet. But keep an eye open just in case I do it. And I'll show the mountain face covering in video mostly. Like I said, it all depends upon how much I get done. If I don't get enough done, I'll just make you guys wait till next Thursday. This fucking chair is driving me nuts. I'm definitely getting another chair next month. Well, I think trying to build it back there would have been a real headache. I still would have had to move it around. Because like I said, I've had to flip it front to rear, upside down a couple of times on its side. But here it's out in the open, and I'm going to do as much as I can here on the bench. And then when it's ready, I'll get the wife to help me carry it back there. The only thing I'll have to do is tie up the overhead rail, because I think the top of the mountain is going to be around 12 inches. And I've got 15 inches before I hit the top of the second level. So I could tie up, because it's not screwed down or glued down, I could tie up the overhead rail, slide the tunnel in place, and then drop the overhead rail on top of it. That's the plan anyway. What kind of access do you have in case of derailment? Well, I built the tunnels narrow enough so if I do have a derailment, the train should pull it through. Or even possibly even an uncoupling. Like I said, I could stick a bar in one end and push it through. There isn't any access to it. There's just no way to do it. So, but I'm not really worried about that. I've never had derailments back there on that section of track. So, you know, knock wood, I'm pretty confident I won't have any issues. And I think the assembly's a little over 3 foot long. Yeah, maybe, I'm not sure. You know, I never did measure it. Let me measure it and see what the exact length is. It's actually 41 inches or 3 foot 5 inches. So it's still a pretty, and like I said, it's not terribly heavy. It's awkward. I don't think I could actually move it myself. You'd have to have somebody on each end. But short of that, it is, you know, it is a doable move. Well, yeah, exactly, a long stick. Like I said, I've got my back scratcher because it extends. And I have one of those hand extenders. It's a clamp on a long bar. There's lots of ways I get in there to do it. I'm not worried about that. Well, like I said, the likelihood of that happening is not much. In other words, you couldn't get a car in there, and the walls are smooth, so there's no way a car could get wedged in there sideways or partially sideways. So no matter what, the car would come through. And I did that on purpose when I built it. And of course, I use a cleaning car for that anyway. You know, amazingly, when I had the old tunnel up, the styrofoam tunnel, I don't think I ever cleaned that section of track. I mean, not ever. In 5 years, it's been untouched. I mean, I ran the cleaning car through a couple of times, but I've never had an issue where there was dirt in there where it stopped running. So, and they say the more you run the trains, the less likely you have to clean them. I don't know how true that is, but I mean, I generally don't clean the tracks, but once or twice a year, as a rule, if I'm running them. Ray says you can get micro tunnel cats. They can crawl through the tunnel and get the cars out. They got rats for that shit, you know. They get the cat to chase the rat. The rat will push the car because it's trying to get the hell out of the tunnel, you know. All right, Joe, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. Hey, watch the replay. Like I said, you know, most of tonight's show was videos. And I go through, I did the lighting and starting on the framework, and then this third one was finishing the framework. Derek says, I met a few tunnel cats in my life. There you go. Not about tunnel cats, but I met some tunnel rats. No. I don't know, but let me grab myself another soda here. I'm dying of thirst. Yeah, no matter how hard I try, I can't keep my desk clean. That's alright, though. It means I'm doing something right. So, like I said, going back to that chair, I'm definitely getting another chair. It's going to be a cheap one. Either probably from Amazon or even possibly Temu. You know, if it's a $30, $40 chair, it'll be fine. And I don't even care if it's a gaming chair. I've had so many gaming chairs. This is a gaming chair. And realistically, except for the Secret Lab one I have in the house, everything else is garbage. You know, I'm not going to spend $200 or $300 on a gaming chair. And then it turns out like this. I think this one was, well, this one I got from Temu. I think I paid $65 for it. And I've had it going on, I think, 2 years now. Which is actually pretty good considering that it's falling apart. But, you know, and like I said, it doesn't roll well. That's why I decided to change the wheels on there. So when I shit can this one, I'll save the wheels because they're brand new. And I'll put the wheels on the new chair. But I don't think I'm going to get another gaming chair until I'm ready to buy another Secret Labs for in here. That could be a year down the road. So I'm just going to get a cheap ass, maybe not even a high back chair. I don't care, It's something I go back and forth with because I'm going to be doing that a lot, And also I'd like to be able to, roll down here too if I have to get to something rather than getting up and hobbling down there. I could just roll down there, So we'll see. Yeah, the floor is tiled, so it's not even carpet. I mean, it's smooth to run on, but the problem is the plastic wheels that come with these chairs, all of them, they pick up the dirt and dog hair and anything else they can find, and after a while it gums up the whole wheel, and you really can't clean it, and then they just don't roll at all. That's what happened to the wheels that were on this. So it got so bad that literally I couldn't roll it. I had to get up off it, drag it over to where I needed, and sit back on it, And the good news is, it didn't roll away when I sat on it. This one, I said I go to sit on it, and it wants to fly backwards. So if I back it up against something, I can get in it easier. There it says it's just one section, right? You mean the track? Yeah, it's in the back there, two straights. And that's another thing too, I could have went with a curved tunnel and had it come around, but I thought that's where you're going to run into problems. So two straight tunnels, literally no problems, and it should be. If I curved the tunnel around and followed the track, even for a couple of foot, I think I would have ran into problems with, derailments. Because it does happen. It's more likely you're going to have a derailment on a curve than you're going to have it on a straight. There's no turnouts on the straight, so you don't have any interruptions in track. It's a good solid joint, and, like I said, you're really not going to have any issues with it. Now I've got to put the track back in there because when I pulled the bridge out, it took the track with it. So I salvaged the track because I cut both ends. I'll put it back in place, run the trains around, make sure it's good. And the outside main is fine, so I don't have to fool with that at all. Or is it the inside? Yeah, the outside's fine. So once I know that both mains are good, then we'll get the tunnel in place and go from there. The same thing with the overhead rail. Now, I may cut it on one end to help facilitate lifting both ends up, or at least one end. And then once it's set in place, and I don't plan on moving this thing, probably not ever. In theory, the LED should last for many, many years, If they do go bad, then obviously I'd have to rip the whole thing up to change them anyway. And I probably wouldn't even bother to do it, so fingers crossed they last a long time. Short of that, there's no reason I ever have to move it. I just got to get it lined properly. I measured the distance between both mains and then the distance between both portals, and then set my tunnel inserts appropriately so that everything should be spaced properly. And it's tall enough to where I could put a double stack container car through there. Because that was important too, because both mains running through a tunnel. If it's not high enough, you're not going to get a double stack container car through. And I ran into that. I think I ran into that back in the old layout down in Naples. My tunnels weren't tall enough, and I couldn't change them. So I had to stick with single level containers on the cars because two wouldn't fit under the tunnels. So, you live and learn, right? So, it's actually this is going really good. Like I said, I honestly said I didn't really have a solid plan when I started this. Originally I was just going to build one tunnel, and basically build a simple mountain over it and leave the bridge in place. I know, wait a minute. Wouldn't it be better to put 2 tunnels in and have a bigger mountain and then have the overhead rail run on a ridge? I said, yeah, we got to do that. So, like I said, the plan evolved as I gone through it, And the framework is kind of the same deal. Now, what you see there is a basic frame. The finished product may not even look anything like that frame. It depends. If I see something that doesn't look right, or I need to, jag it more or something, I'll put more bracing in, more framework in. I've got tons of fucking cardboard, I use one box like this one to do everything you saw. And I saved that box in case I needed more. So, if I want to have a higher ridge on the top in some areas than others, that's easy to do. Just glue the strips in and, So like I said, I'll see that as I go through it. Because I have a vision, but not a concrete one. So hopefully, like I said, it's really important for me to get this 100%, because I've been screwing around too much, And the problem is I get in a hurry, I want to get something done. Rather than taking my time and figuring out all the details and shit, I blow through it, put it up, look, it's good enough. And then a month later I look at it again and go, well, what the fuck was I thinking? So this time I'm taking my time, even though it's moving fast, and making sure it's 100% before it gets set back there. So we'll see how that works. I think it'll be good. I mean, I know I have the ability to do an excellent job. I just got to slow down and take my time. Like I said, as I get older, my patience, it went out the window years ago, There was a time when, I had the patience of a saint, so I was told. And I could wait forever to get something accomplished, But as I've aged, I found that my patience is wearing thin. Actually, I think it's mostly gone. It just comes with age, I guess. Hell, I'll be 67 in a couple of months. September 13th is my birthday. I'll be 67 years old. I don't know where the fuck the time went. But it did, and I'm okay with it. Doesn't bother me, but, before you know it, I'll be 70. Then after that, who knows, So next to this front rail will be elevated like an EL, and the other 2 rails will be lower behind it. Yeah, they'll be in the tunnel. So you see my overhead rail already, I don't think I have a camera. Well, I do, sort of, but I don't have it on right now. The overhead rail goes all the way around. And that's for the passenger train, the Amtrak. So that's going to go on top of the mountain, on top of the ridge of the mountain. And it'd be no different than you would see in real life, And like I said, then there'll be a 4th rail that's down low that'll be open on a narrow bridge. That's where the sugar line will be on. And I still got I've got the bridge built. It's just basically a, they call it open girder, I think. Something like that. It's just a, there's no sides to it or top or anything like that. So, and something to actually have for the sugar line anyway. It goes over those open girder bridges. I don't think I'm using the right term, but you get it. So I got to get that put in yet. Of course, the rest of the line's got to be put in. Some of it's already in on this side, some of it's in on that side. But I still got to connect the two. And like I said, down the road, I don't know when, I have to get another motorman unit to run that train. Because that's going to be fully automated too. But the motorman I got now that Tom Grassi got for me, that's going to power the Amtrak passenger rail. That's going to be back and forth. And that'll be automated as well. So basically I'm going to have four trains running in a given time. You know, in time anyway. I don't know when I'm going to set up the motorman for the overhead line. It might be pretty soon. I might take a break from this, or you know, and throw it in, because I don't know yet, or at least start on it. But I'm gonna the overhead. You can't see it from here, but I'm gonna put it on that side. And it's gonna be on the fascia on over here, the main unit. I would have put it on this side, but I got too much shit here already. I've got the control stand and my air conditioning remote, TV remote. It's getting too crowded there, you know. So we'll see. I might change my mind and put it there anyway. Who the hell knows? Then I got to start thinking about, I've got to get the turnouts operational on the second level. I think that's probably going to be in a few months down the road. I have everything I need to do it. Just a matter of assembling it. And you know, I've got the bus line for 12 volt power under the second level. That's going to power those turnout motors, as well as the oil derricks and any lighting up top. So. And I've got the bus line in for the DCC. That's already... I got to drop feeders for it yet. I still haven't done that. There's a lot to do, you know. But, like I said, I kind of broke away from a lot of it because I wanted to get this done. I think it'll... how would I put it? Doesn't sound too weird. I wanted to accomplish something good before I got any further into it. So this is kind of important that this comes out well. Is I've got I'm going to probably repaint the portals and weather them out. I want everything to look just like it's a real thing. So I'm going to have to do a lot of studying on the internet probably, and see how the other guys do some of that shit and try and, you know, copy it. My weathering techniques aren't that good. I've got all the stuff for it. I got the airbrush. I've got weathering powders. Yeah, got everything I need to do it with. I just don't have a technique down. I attempted to do a couple things like on some of the rail cars. They came out okay, you know, but not great. And I want it to look great. So, and I won't weather a locomotive. I just won't do it. Most of the locomotives I've seen, well, the Sugar Line, you can eat off of those bodies. That's how clean they are. You know, I mean, everything is. The traction motors are spotless. The trucks are spotless. The walkways are. I mean, the train looks brand new. Of course, they just repainted it, but even some of the old paint scheme, some of that shit looks brand new. I mean, they take good care of it. CXX came through here a few times. Even their locomotives, they weren't perfect, but pretty damn close. I mean, they don't look like they were dirty or that, you know, they were rusted or anything. They were fairly clean. So I think I'm going to keep my locos in that shape, you know. I am going to change the paint scheme on my locos. The Millennium County scheme. It's going to be blue and silver now. I had the yellow before. I didn't really like the yellow. So the blue and silver I like, so we're going to stick with that. And of course, that's kind of a big operation too, especially locomotive, because you have to pull the shell off. You've got to strip everything off the shell, including the glass, the windshields, lighting. All that stuff has to be stripped off the body before you can paint it. And it's time consuming, and you got to be really careful with it. And like I said, not on my I'm not going to touch the BNSF ones. They're going to stay. But I think the Southern Pacific, which is gray and red, they call them bloody noses, that's going to be a Millennium County. Everything that's already Millennium County will get the new paint scheme. And I've got a few other locomotives, I think, that may get it as well. We'll see. Like I said, that's down the road, probably closer to the end of the year. Maybe even next year, who knows. Like I said, I'm going to go through section by section after I get the tunnel done. And a lot of stuff's going to be updated or outright replaced. I haven't seen anything that really needs to be replaced yet. But a lot of stuff needs to be updated and highly detailed, And of course, the second level, I haven't really done much on that. I've got a couple of things already that'll probably stay the way they are. But I've got to add, people. I've got a ton of people. Most of them have to be repainted. I got those cheap Chinese characters, the HO scale ones. They all look the same, So if I repaint them, give them different uniforms or clothing, they'll look good. And, I don't mind doing it. It's easy enough to do. Because I looked at, a lot of the stuff that's specific to what you want it for, this shit's expensive, man. They get $20-$30 for anywhere from four to six figures. They're pre-painted and like, fuck that. I can't believe the prices on shit. I know we've talked about this before. I got an ad from Train World on the email yesterday or the day before. The day before. And they had big boys. Claimed they were on sale. They're BOIs, DCC, sound and smoke. $784. I'm going, that ain't never going to happen here. And then they had, what's the ones that James likes, that brand. They had those, rail cars. The box cars were like $49. Flat cars were $39. And I don't understand how they price them things, because a flat car is nothing there. A box car, there's obviously something there. And I'm thinking, I'm not going to spend that kind of money. Just not going to do it, So I see probably, if I do need any rolling stock, and I really don't, I've got like 180 rail cars, on my layout. I'm just going to 3D print them. Yeah, then Tom's got that. I 3D people too, And Tom has actually given me some files for people. I still have them. So I'll probably print a lot of people and then just paint them up when I need. It just doesn't make sense to pay these crazy prices for shit. And the prices are not coming down. They're going up. I can't believe it. It's ridiculous. And then they tell you that the shit's discounted. If that's a discount, what the hell's the retail on it? I'm not paying it. Hey, I don't have it. And even if I had it, I can't justify it. And it's always cool to get something, in the mail or at a store or whatever. Look what I got, But the price they're charging, it takes the joy out of it. I'm not doing it. I'd rather spend money on resin, for making the people. or or filament to make the train cars, rail cars. So I mean, it's not a big deal. And I mean, I've got files for stuff. I've designed a few things. Making them's easy, And like I said, I could even detail them out with separately applied, ladders, brake wheels, all that cool stuff that makes the expensive ones stand out. Hell, I could do that. So why would I spend that kind of money? I could print a boxcar for $8. That's counting the metal wheels, metal wheels, and Katy couplers and coupler boxes. Everything else I print, with the filament, even including the trucks. So for $8, I can get a nice boxcar. Or I could spend $30 or $40 and buy one that's already basically pre-made. And painting and decal work is easy shit. I mean, if I see a decal, I could replicate it easy, or paint on a car. I've got. I think I told you this once before that when I was a kid up north, my grandfather used to invite me over and he'd share a beer with me. And New Jersey Ballantine beer was, I guess, one of the top beers back then. Good stuff, man. I really miss it. I can still get it, but it's not cheap. I have to have it shipped down here. And I might just buy a 12-pack just for shits and giggles anyway. I don't really drink anymore, but, I've been known to make exceptions, but let's see if it's just as good as it was when I was a kid. Well, they had a boxcar with the Ballantine label on it. I got a picture of it. I could replicate that and print the boxcar and replicate the decals and put them on there, and you won't know the difference. It'll be just as good as the ones that are painted on. Tom says, I use white water-based resin to print the people. The white resin, yeah, that's true. That's a good idea. I would probably use the white too. I'm out of white right now. I think all I got left is some black and some gray. But well, that stuff we were buying, I don't know if you could buy that anymore. I haven't seen it advertised anywhere. I think they went out of business, so I might have to buy a different brand, which is no big deal. It'll probably cost a little bit more, but that's fine. So I'll have to get more. Like I said, I've got 2 resin printers. And if you're doing people, even on a smaller printer like mine, you could probably put 50 people on there easy on the build plate, print them up, and there you go, 50 people. Just paint them up and you're ready to rock and roll. I mean, shit, why wouldn't you? So I haven't used a resin printer, I think, in 3 or 4 months now. It's been a while. Of course, the Bamboo Labs does such a great job. I haven't done people with it, but even some of the smaller prints that I've done, it does good enough to where I just use it, Now for people, I think you have to use a resin. And some other things like brake wheels, ladders. Probably better to do a resin print on that stuff. You're going to get more detail, it's more accurate. It's not a big deal, Especially since Tom clued me in on how to get, because he says, one of the big problems we've all probably ran into. You have to use supports on a lot of that stuff, and of course, after it prints and you cure it, or even before you cure it, it's hard to get the supports off without breaking the part you want. So Tom says, soak it in water overnight. You only do this with the water-based stuff, of course. So I started doing it, and shit, yeah, I mean, the part falls off the supports. Doesn't hurt it. Boy, it makes the job so much easier. Then I throw it in the curing tank, cure it out, and boom, we're ready to rock and roll. Well, thanks for that, Tom. I didn't know that, because, amazingly, they don't talk about that too much on the internet, All these websites that, resin print filament. They don't talk about a lot of this shit. I guess they just assume you know what the fuck you're doing. Not all of us do. So, you know. I don't know why somebody hasn't actually... Maybe me and Tom are the only ones doing it. Who knows? You know. I mean, I've seen guys, you know, with their little nippers, you know, just nipping those supports off. Takes them forever. Then they gotta sand them down and grind them. You ain't doing none of that shit. It's like pop the fucking thing off because it's soaked in water long enough to free the supports. Derek asks, does a resin printer work as fast as a filament printer? You printed a box car in each. How long would each printer take? It would take significantly longer on my resin printer because my build plate isn't big enough to lay it flat. I'd have to stand it up in there. And because it does layers just like anything else, that could be 6 or 8 hours in a resin printer for me. Or I could print one probably in 2 hours on the filament printer. Because I could print it, you know, flat instead of standing up. Because obviously the filament printer has a much bigger build plate on there. So that's the only thing. Well, here's an example. When I printed this car here, my Le Mans, this one was printed on the resin printer. It had to stand up on an angle like this. Well, actually, it was the other way, nose down. And it took, I think it was 14 hours to print this. Okay. Now, I printed this one on the Bamboo Labs. And even though there's more imperfections in it that I'll have to fill in and sand out, it's not as smooth as the resin printer. I laid it flat, and I think it did it in, I think it was about 4 hours. Because I used the 0.2 millimeter head, you know, print head on there. So, but it can be done. But I think, realistically, it was probably better to do it in a resin printer. So yeah, it takes a little longer because basically the resin printer you could do 100 items that are an inch tall, and it might take an hour or two. But you could print one item that's 7 inches tall. You're looking at 14 hours or thereabouts. So. Tom says, Jim, the Ace Additive resin is on Amazon but not in stock. As I'm saying, I can't find it in stock anywhere. I even went to the company. They're out of stock. I think they went belly up. Could be wrong. So, you know. I'll get something different. It's just if it's a few dollars more, it's a few dollars more. I haven't priced it lately. If it went up, it could be, you know, 20, 30 bucks now. Who the hell knows? Everything's just jumping up in price. Well, that's not totally true, Tom. I mean, it is for you, because you got the big resin printer where you can do prints flat. Mine doesn't have a big enough plate. I think I've only got a, what is it, 4-inch plate, build plate on there. So I have to put things either straight up or at an angle. And each layer takes X amount of time. If you can lay it flat, it probably is faster than the filament. But if you have to stand it up, it's not. Tom says, I'm now using Anycubic water-based resin. Yeah, I've seen that too. That's not too badly priced. At least it wasn't last time I looked. I still have, I think the clear, I still have a little bit left. Clear resin, that's Anycubic. And I think I paid $16 for the 1 kilogram, or 1,000 kilogram or 1,000 gram, the bigger bottle. So, you know, and it works good. So, I mean, I think all of it works good, probably. Oh, I think I do have a complaint though on the refills for the filament. I don't think there's quite the same amount of filament on a spool as when you buy it already on the spool. Because I'm blowing through filament like you wouldn't believe. You know, when I made these tunnel sections, both tunnels and all 4 portals, plus the spacers on front and rear, I went through 2 3/4 spools. I've still got, I'm on my 3rd spool now, and it's almost done. And I've got one full one left. I don't care, it was cheap enough. $11 a spool, no big deal. But it just doesn't seem like it goes as far as the brand new ones already on the spool. I could be wrong, but it just seems that way. Well, like I said, it's cheap enough, so I don't worry about it. But I've gone through 10 spools in the last 4 or 5 months. Yeah, like I said, this is my 3rd time buying the four spool refill, or refills in general. Gem filament is by weight. 1 kilogram is standard even for the refill. Well, that's what I thought, but you know, when you load it up on there, well, first off, the cardboard backing is about an 1/8 inch thick, which you wouldn't even have that on a normal spool. That's just for the refills. So right off the bat, you lose an 1/8 inch of filament. I don't care what they say. And it's about this far from the edge of the spool when it's loaded up. The new ones are closer to this, so I think we're getting cheated a little bit somehow. The weight could be the cardboard that's underneath of it. You know, the insert. It's like buying chips, you know. They say you're getting, 16 ounces, but half of that 16 ounces is air. So I think we are getting shorted a little bit. Not a big deal. Jim, what if the thing being printed could fit on both printers flat? You mean on a resin printer or on a filament printer? A resin printer would be the same regardless of whether there's 1 object or 10 objects. If they're all sitting flat and it takes 2 hours, say, to print it, it'll take same 2 hours to print one side by side, because it goes by height. You know, like I said, each level is what takes X amount of time. It's very similar to a filament printer. A filament printer, it's all additive. You know, you're basically putting a line of filament down, and next line, and the resin does the same thing, but without the lines. So it really is, the lower the object is on the build plate, the faster it'll print. It doesn't matter what its width and depth perceptions are, or dimensions are. It's just the height. So I said, if it took you, let's say it took half an hour. It probably takes longer, I'm just guessing here, but it takes half an hour to print 1 HO figure on your resin printer. You can put 50 people on there, HO, and print it in the same hour, because it goes by height. So in small objects, the more things you can put on the build plate, the more productive it is and the faster it prints. Tom says, I printed one person, took 1 hour 15 minutes, put 15 on, still, yeah, it doesn't matter. Like I said, width and depth is going to be the same. It's the height that changes your time frame. There, so if you printed a 1 inch square and a 1 inch high on each printer, how long would it? Well, see, I can't tell you that because every printer is different. Maybe Tom could tell you. I mean, when I printed the spacers for the tunnel, Those were 40 millimeter by 100 millimeter, which is roughly, I think, 1.75 inches by around 4 inches. And I printed three at a time on the filament printer, and they took. Well, I did it in sport mode. I didn't do it in normal mode. It was a little faster. I think it took 1 hour and 7 minutes. It would have been less. See, on a filament printer, it does matter how many things you put on the table or on the build plate. If I'd have printed one at a time, it would have only been like 22 minutes. Because I put 3 on there, it increased the time. If I'd have done that on a resin printer, it wouldn't have increased the time. It would have been the same, regardless of whether there was 1 or 3 on the plate. On a resin printer, I think for an inch would probably be about, I don't know, probably about 1.5 hours, probably. And it would be 1.5 hours whether you printed 1 or 3 at a time. Or 4 at a time, for that matter, if you could fit them. So that's the only real thing I can tell you, because I printed them already. So, you know, like I said, I'm not sure how long it would take on the resin printer, but Tom says the resin printer is faster. I believe it is, but like I said, it all depends upon. Now, if I'd have taken this car body and it printed like this with the resin printer, if I did it straight up and down on the filament printer, the filament printer probably would have took about 18 hours. Because I know it's slower than the resin printer in that respect, but it's because of the height. You're sitting flat, it's, you know, it doesn't take as long because you're doing layers. And there's like, I don't know, maybe 500 layers this way. There might be 5,000 layers this way. Now, if that helps any or not, but that's kind of how it works. It's a little weird. I mean, each printer has its place, and they're both good machines. And if you can afford it, I'd have both, you know. I still prefer my filament printer over the resin printer. Mostly because filament, there's no toxicity to it. I mean, it's very safe to work with. You might burn yourself if you're dumb, but, you know, other than that, once your product's finished, there's no post-finishing or anything, as a rule. For resin print, well, I use the water wash, which is a lot safer than the alcohol wash. But you still have to be careful. You still want to wear gloves when you're around the resin, because until it's cured, it is technically toxic. So, you know, like I said, the water wash is a lot safer, but not 100%. And cheaper to use. Sort of. I mean, the resin costs a little more than the alcohol-based resin, or however that's called, but you can wash it with plain water. The water-based, the water wash. The other stuff, you got to wash it in alcohol, like 91% alcohol. And I think the curing time's a little different. I'm not sure, so, you know. And that was the only reason I got into it, because I looked into it and said, you know, I really didn't want to fool around with the regular resin, especially in an enclosed area. So when I found out about the water wash, I said, yep, I'm ready to buy one now. And I did. Thomas says, placing the object on the build plate for printing determines how long it will print. So good placement on the build plate. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, the lower it is on the plate, the faster it will print. But you have to, like I said, if you're building something, printing something bigger than the build plate, you're going to either have to stand it up or angle it. Tom says, I cure the people for 5. That's about right. They cure fast, and once they're cured, then you can, you know, just don't eat them, or lick them or anything like that. But you can handle them without gloves. You know, they're relatively safe after they're cured. But prior to curing, yeah, it's a little toxic. It probably won't kill you, but some people have reactions, some don't. You know, I've been able to handle the water wash without gloves. I shouldn't, but sometimes I get in a hurry and I do it anyway. And of course, it's usually under running water, so I'm getting a diluted, piece. Some I have to handle. I've got my surgical gloves. I got like 2 boxes of them. Strap them puppies on and have a way at it. But as a rule, I try not to handle the resin before it's cured. Well, like I said, both printers they serve their purposes, and depending what you want to do with it, you either have one or both. I mean, if I had to make a choice, I would probably have. Well, that's why I bought a filament printer first. Because I didn't plan on doing smaller things. I plan on doing bigger things. Rolling stock, and I could do some things, like some automobiles I could print. I could probably do a lot easier on the Bamboo Labs, because the Bamboo is much better at printing smaller stuff than the Viper was. Tom says water-based resin is a lot more safer to use than regular resin, which needs, yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna get a resin printer, buy the water wash resin. If it costs a couple dollars more, but it's worth it. You don't have to worry about dying in your fucking enclosed room either. Because the other stuff, it is actually toxic to breathe it in. The regular resin. The water wash, it's relatively safe. I mean, if it gets too heavy, then open a door or window. But I run it in here and not had any problems. And of course, I got my air quality meter on the wall, and it always stayed in the green. So I tell you what does kick that thing in the purple, though. That's rubbing alcohol. Take the cap off of rubbing alcohol right here on my desk. The machine's about 3.5 foot away. That fucker goes right up in the purple, the highest level. So, just from opening the cap of alcohol. That's how sensitive the meter is. Tops the water-based, yeah, there is literally no smell to it. So it's definitely the way to go, As I said, I was bad-mouthing resin printers at first because, I'm thinking, because I didn't know about the water wash yet. I don't think it came out yet. And I'm thinking, what kind of a moron would have that in their fucking house or their enclosed building? You're risking your life just to make tiny prints. It's fucking foolish, Fortunately, they solved that problem, and I was wrong. But, I mean, you shouldn't breathe anything, really. Even the filament printer, they do give off somewhat of an odor. It's not real strong, and it won't hurt you, as a rule. Yeah, I'm still here, James. Listen, they had here's the finished product. Here, I'll show it to you real quick. There it is right there. That's the front of it. And I know it's hard to visualize what it's going to look like, but all the framework is mostly done. I might have to make minor changes here and there when I'm putting a covering on it, but we'll see. Hopefully I'm going to start doing that tomorrow. So we'll see how it goes. And of course, I'll do a video of it as I'm working on it, and you'll see the video. I was thinking about doing maybe a Saturday live stream. Now I'm thinking about it. Do I really want to do that? I might just wait till Thursday and show you, like we did on this one. It'll take some of the heat off of me too, And Derek wasn't already recharged, James. You need a computer, James, is what you need. Even a laptop, man. If nothing else, you can at least plug it in and watch it while it's charging. Tablets, I don't think you can run them while they're charging. I don't know if mine does or not. Well, I don't remember. I got my tablet. I got it in the house. I'm trying to upgrade it. Because it's got the Android 7, I think. It's old, you know. It's an old Lenovo. I bought it brand new. I've had it for, I think, 10, 11, 12 years. It sat in a drawer collecting dust, and I finally brought it out. It still runs. It's a little slower than I'd like, but Derek, your tablet's at 60 miles. That's pretty good. So, I've heard that you can update the Android version on them things. So I got to figure out how to do it. Because like my phone, I think, is Android version 13. I think they're up to 15 now, but I didn't even settle for 13, so I have to look into it. I was going to use it as an overhead camera over there, because I think it's a 9-inch tablet. But I said it was so damn slow, I said, oh, screw it, I'll just put a webcam up there and be done with it. I think ultimately I'm going to put a PoE security cam up there, because it'll work on like not really fast moving things, you know. And I've got plenty of cameras, and I bought the security system that came with 4 cameras, and they'll be fine for that type of, you know, work. So we'll see, but I got to get more cables and stuff. James says his phone was at 13%. James says I prefer to use my Apple tablet for video. Okay, you got an Apple. See, I'm stuck on Android. I'm not real big on Apple products, and they're a lot more expensive too. They might be better, but once again, they're kind of expensive. So we'll see. But I've got Bluetooth capability on my computer, but I gotta find a viewer that I could use with the live stream. I probably need to talk to Tom Kavicek on that, because he does all that shit, and I've never actually asked him about it. He uses his phone on the computer, tablets on the computer. So I know it can be done. Like I said, I have Bluetooth capability on my desktop, as well as Wi-Fi, and, you know. So there's no reason why I can't figure out how to do it. I just lack the knowledge offhand. James says, I won't mention any details, but I was blocked on a channel for non-train chats. Who the hell would block you, man? Damn. I don't know, you know, I agree they're supposed to talk about trains, but sometimes there's other shit to talk about. I wouldn't ban somebody for talking about something different. Well, you know, we talk about everything here anyway. There he says, because you said it should be about trade. And that could be too, I don't know. The only reason I would ban somebody is if they got mouthy with me, you know, or tried to push porn or something. That would not I would not tolerate that. But other than that, you know, no subject's really off the table. As long as it ain't like kitty porn or anything, I don't do that either. But, you know. Well, we could talk about everything here, and we usually do. And I would never ban anybody from that, you know. I've not yet had to ban anybody. I think I blocked 2 people, not on live stream, but on my videos, because they put up porn links on my channel. And that kind of pissed me off, you know. It's like, dude, this ain't a fucking porn site. It's a trade site, you know. So they got blocked permanently, but... And I think that only happened like 2 or 3 times in 10 years, 8 years. What was it? I got a notice on my YouTube. Today is my 8th anniversary on YouTube. So I've been on for 8 years now, man. Clap whenever you want. I'm kidding. You know, well, that's pretty good, though. I didn't realize it's been 8 years already. Caught the big riff, need to wait and see. Oh, geez. You must have really pissed somebody off, James. I'm not surprised, really. I mean, some people take shit way too seriously, you know. And to those people, you know, look, chill out, dude. Get a life. You know, life goes on. Don't sweat the small shit. Like I said, I mean, I've been on sites, you know, for people I know, like, you know, and sometimes I'll crack a dirty joke, you know, or one of them double entendre things, you know. Like the other night, I was watching Tom Strange and Things, and he was using a straw to try and blow the grass, the flocking, on the side of a ridge that he made. He was doing a terrible job of it. He was having issues. He said the straw's not long enough. He couldn't blow hard enough. And I said, so, you know, that's the worst blow job I ever seen in my life. I mean, it cracked everybody up, you know. Even though it didn't really refer to sex, but you could, you know. I didn't get any trouble over that, you know. Because Tom does that shit on himself anyway sometimes. And, you know, and I'm just a smart ass sometimes. And I can't help myself. It helps, you know, break the monotony of a train show, maybe. I don't know. James says, was trying to figure out how to cut a 30-degree angle on my miter saw. Don't you have a gauge on it? I mean, I got a gauge on mine. So I ask you to print 20 naked girls for my beach, I'll get banned. Hey Rick, how's it going, man? Good to see you here. I wouldn't ban you. I don't give a shit, man. If you want me to print you 20 nude broads, I'll do it. I don't give a shit, you know. Dave says, dang on. I fell asleep. Sorry, guys. I have to sign off. All right. Have a good one, Dave. You catch the replay. And hopefully we'll see you next week. Have a good weekend. Be safe, man. I don't care, you know. And if somebody really did get a hard on over that, well, that's on them, you know. I imagine there's probably some places that would. I don't know. You know. I wouldn't. I mean, it's like, you know, it's like people get mad when I cuss, you know, because you guys know how I talk. I fuck this, fuck that. It's just the way I do it, you know. I've been places, not necessarily online, but even, you know, in real life, and people just like, you can't keep cussing like that. Yeah, I can, and I do. And are you an adult or are you a kid? You know, adults don't worry about it. Kids, you know, have their little hissy fits over it. So which are you? Then they get mad and walk away, which I don't give a shit. Oh, fuck them if they can't take a joke. How do you go joke them if they can't take a fuck? Hey, ex-girlfriend used to say it all the time. Well, joke them if they can't take a fuck. But seriously, I mean, we're all adults here, right? So what the hell? That's what I said. It doesn't bother me any, you know. So I get all pissed off when, you know, black people get mad at the N-word. It's a fucking word. Get over it, you know. You use it more than I would ever think about using it. But I'm not allowed to. Well, fuck you, you know. I don't worry about shit like that, you know. We're all adults here. How many adults don't cuss in the world? Probably 1%. You know. If people can speak, regardless of their language, they probably cuss at some time or another. Some more than others. The moderator started texting me and I refused to chat via my phone. He was probably going to chew you out. I don't know, man. I just think that's pretty piss poor, man, to ban somebody for that. I wouldn't do it. Like I said, you got to do something really bad to get me to ban you. And usually it's, and not that I have a problem with porn, but this is not the right venue for that, So don't do it on my channel. I mean, if I was running a porn site, I'd have no issue with it. But, most of my viewers and chatters don't want to look at porn. Well, maybe you do, but you're not going to see it here. So that would get you banned. And of course, if you're just stupid and rude, I'll probably ban you just for shits and giggles, But not permanently, just to give you, teach you a little lesson. Rick says, my wife would think I'm sick if I didn't cuss. I hear you, man. I know my language is terrible. I admit it, But I can't help it probably, but I'm comfortable with it, James says, I don't know what I said 4 weeks ago. That is when it started. Well, you must have said something that pissed him off. It doesn't matter, and especially to hold a grudge that long, man, I mean, I don't know. I'm not that way. And most of you guys aren't that way either. You don't give a shit. And if somebody does, maybe they're just not worth the aggravation, That's why I said, if people don't like the way I talk, don't listen to me, Turn the channel. Go to another website. I don't care. I'm not going to change for you. Yeah, wait and see. There you go. So, and somebody, especially you, James, how many times have you not really complained, but, mentioned those on a train site to me? And what did I tell you? Yeah, we do some trains, but we do everything else too, And if you don't like it, don't watch. But you don't seem to have a problem with it, so, here we are. I wouldn't ban you over that, though. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Except that there's a lot of children out there, and you just can't deal with them. Did you guys see that? It was on YouTube the other day. I should have saved it. This trans guy, trans woman, I don't know what the hell it is. And it was here in Florida at one of the universities. Was throwing a temper tantrum because some guys misgendered him. I said it's actually he's trying to be a girl. He's, my pronouns are she and her, and they won't acknowledge that. Well, it's your fantasy. You do what you want, but I'm not playing along with your fantasy. If I'd have seen the fucker, I'd say, hey, dude, get a life. He had fucking blue hair. I couldn't tell if he had any tits or not. I don't think he did, but, you could tell. I mean, he had a real high voice, though. I think he might have had his voice box messed with or something, but, I mean, this kid was throwing an absolute temper tantrum. He wound up getting arrested, fought the cops, tried to hit a couple of the cops. He's in deep shit now, he went to jail and everything, but it's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I said, you can do whatever the hell you want. You can be whatever you want. It's your fantasy, your business. But you can't expect everybody around you to play the same fantasy that you're into. And if you can't deal with that, well, that's on you, and tough shit, And I told my wife, I said, because she was watching television, you know what they need to do? The two boys that I guess insulted him, or it or her, whatever the fuck it was, they should have just they ran away because he started going off on them. They should have just popped them one. When I was in school, if somebody did something like that, we beat the hell out of them. Didn't off-wise or anything, but, beat them up pretty good. Usually solve the problem. And I think these kids today, I think they need that same technique. If you get banned on Jim's channel, you gotta be a dumbass. Oh, that's true. It would be hard to do. Yeah, but like different discussions we have here. Absolutely. Jim, I saw that same video. That guy was a simple... Oh, you saw it, Tom? That fucker was nuts, man. I mean, I would have punched him out. You know, the cop he didn't pepper spray. He did tase him. He wanted to pepper spray him, but, I would have fucking hauled off and knocked that motherfucker right upside the head as many times as needed to straighten him out, you know. And then he's arguing when he was in the back of the police car. Well, you've seen it, but for those who didn't, he's in the back of the police car, still carrying on, and the cop's saying, look, we had no intention of arresting you. We just put you in cuffs to calm you down. Oh, you're lying. You were going to take me to jail anyway. I'm like, no, dude, but you were out of control. You know, why did you fight us over the handcuffs? I didn't want to get arrested. Well, you got arrested anyway, didn't you? You know, and the kid was just a complete dumbass. I mean, he didn't really want to take him out back and just beat the shit out of him, you know. And I think if that happened with some of these people, we wouldn't have these problems. I could be wrong, but probably not, you know. Over pronouns, you know. Listen, if you look like a guy and have a dick, which I presume he did, I'm not calling you she, her, okay? I'm not calling you him, they either. Dude, get a fucking life. That's about all you're going to get out of me, you know? What the hell is wrong with these people? And that kid, he would probably ban everybody from his website if he had one. Maybe he does. But I mean, the kid's, well, he's got a few screw looses. Yeah. I just don't understand these people, you know? And then the first thing I would tell him, look, dude, this is your fantasy. I'm cool with that. You can fantasize about whatever you want. You can believe whatever you want. But I don't have to, and I'm not going to deal with it. Rick says, kids today are too soft and spoiled. Some kids need their ass beat to put them in line and stop. I absolutely agree with you, man. Tom says the mental illness in this country is, well, of course it is, because of what Rick just said. You know. A good ass kicking never killed anybody, as a rule, you know. But it did straighten them out, you know. And we didn't have people like that when we were kids because we wouldn't have tolerated it, you know. Somebody that came to school with blue hair, wearing a bra that was clearly a man or a boy, we'd have beat the hell out of him just because. You know. Kick him in the nuts once. You still think you're a girl? You know, you went down like a boy, dude, you know. Too late for me. Well, I'm just saying, you know. I just don't get it. Like I said, I think if we, you know, and they are spoiled kids and they are soft because they're growing up like this and they've never been told no, you know. They get participation awards. We didn't get that shit when we were kids. You lost, do better next time, you know. And if you didn't, and you lost again. Practical leather belt, AK, the ass whipper 3000. Absolutely right. I got the leather belt twice. It only took 2 times for me to figure it out, you know. I thought my dad was going to fucking kill me, man. All because they called the cop a pig in front of him, you know. Never did that again. Not in front of my dad, anyway. Actually, I never referred to a cop as a pig after that. My man beat the shit out of me in front of the cop. I mean, I thought he was going to kill me. I really did, man. I was scared to death. I think I was, 13 at the time? 12 or 13. 12. 12 years old. He pulled his belt off and proceeded to beat the shit out of me in front of the cop. And the cop sat there with a big grin on his face, you know. Couldn't blame him. I mean, today they would, you know, they'd arrested my dad, but back in the day they had better sense, and it made sense because, you know, That ass beat by my dad did more for me than anything that cop could have done for me. You know? James, if you give us the date, we can go back and watch the replay and tell you what you said. There you go, Derek. Rick says, when I screwed up growing up, I got my ass beat. Government took that away from us. We get arrested. Oh, that's what I'm saying, you know. I didn't care. You know, I said with my stepdaughter, it was about 2 years old, I think, when I met up with my wife, now wife. We started dating. I took him to the grocery store to get food and stuff, and this fucking little kid, man, went fucking ballistic in the store. Running up and down the aisle, pulling shit off the shelves, screaming, crying. No. I grabbed that fucking kid by the arm and paddled her ass, you know. And some old lady come around the corner. I looked at her, I said, you want to be next? Mind your own fucking business. She turned around and walked away, you know. And that kid never gave us any more problems in the store. Because that's what she needed. And neither her mother or her real dad ever disciplined her. You know. And I'm telling you, man, it's just, you know. Kids, they will run with whatever you let them do, you know. Once you lay down laws, no, I'm not playing that deal. Don't give me this crap, I ain't your dad. I'll still beat your ass. And I think it scares them, you know. I had a friend of mine, she's got multiple sclerosis, so she's in a scooter, you know, she can't walk anymore. I think he was 12 or 13 at the time, her son used to beat on her. I mean, he punched her, you know. He made the mistake of doing it in front of me one evening while we were out walking the dog. I grabbed that fucker by the neck. If you ever lay a hand on her again, I will break you in 14 different fucking pieces. I will end your fucking life. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know. And she was like, she goes, "Yeah, thanks for doing that." You know, I was afraid of him. You know. I said, you never let your kids beat on you. You just don't do it. I said, he won't do it anymore because I told him if he does it again, I'll fucking kill him. I won't, but he doesn't know that. He was terrified of me, man. And I wasn't his dad already. He didn't pull that shit, man. Don't even think about it, you know. I will fucking end your life. You do not hit your mother. You know, your mother. So, you know, I said I took care of business, man. You know. Now, technically, I could have went to jail for, what, assault on a minor. You know, just grabbing him was enough to put me in prison. He didn't know that. Derek, I'm not so sure. Rick says, my father made me pick my own switch off the tree that I would get whipped with. You must be a little older than me, Rick. My grandmother used to threaten us with that. She says, I'll make you go out back and get a damn switch and I'll beat your butt with it. You know, because she didn't really cuss, but... And I didn't even know what the hell a switch was for, you know, until I was like 6 or 7 years old, you know. When I found out, I was, holy shit, man. We were that close to getting our asses beat, you know. Chuck says, most channels I visit have a ban on religion and politics, but going off topic, that's stretching. Absolutely. We don't have a ban on anything here. You can talk whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. You know? And we don't agree, we don't agree. I ain't gonna get mad at you. I don't care. That's your business. You're entitled to whatever opinion you have. Even if I think it's wrong. You know, doesn't matter. Nope, 59. Oh, hey, you are younger than me then. Okay, I'm 66. Well, like I said, my grandmother, that was the terminology she used. And I was like 7 or 8 years old at the time because we didn't move down here till I was 10 years old. And like I said, we didn't really give, you know, because I like to go see my grandfather because he'd drink beer with me, you know. He'd share half a can of his Valentine beer with me, you know. Boy, come on over here and have a beer with your granddad. Oh, well, hell yeah, you know. And he had a machine shop in his garage out back. And I couldn't use any of that stuff because I was too young, but I used to watch him, you know. He used to make fishing weights and stuff like that. He had lathes and all kinds of equipment back there. He's a great guy, you know. But I don't remember. I might have said something or did something my grandmother didn't like. She said, "Boy, I'll make you go back out there and get a switch." and I'll beat your butt with it. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck is she talking about? But the fact that, the beat my butt was part of that conversation, I figured, well, I don't want to push it, And plus, we had respect for our elders back in the day. Derek, this happened about 4 to 6 weeks ago. Not sure what I said. Chuck says, Rick, I feared the egg turner, a.k.a. spatula. Maybe that's why I don't eat it. we had the wooden spoon and the wooden fork. That was a tourist thing back in the day down here in Florida. My mother cracked more of them fucking things on my back than I could probably count with my hands and feet. But James says, I'll be 74 in October. Yeah, you're a little older than me. James says, I can't eat eggs. I have IBS. I got IBS, but it's not real bad. And I can eat scrambled eggs. I can't eat anything else, but I can eat scrambled eggs, but I get tired of them after a while, and I stop eating them for like a year or two. Then I'll go back and eat them for a little while longer. And, my IBS isn't as bad as it was when I was a young man. A lot of things would, set me off, and I had to be careful what I ate, but as far as I know, there's no cure for it. You either outgrow it or adapt to it, I guess. I don't know. But, yeah, I can understand, Chuck. That's what I'm saying, but we had respect and fear, because my daughters were taken away from me once because I pissed off a cop. He manufactured a story that we were abusing them, and we did beat the cop and got our kids back, but it took almost a year and about $12,000 in legal fees. But we had to go through mandatory counseling, both me and my ex-wife. And they try and tell you, well, you can't say the wrong thing to your kids. You can't discipline them physically. You just need to sit them down and talk to them. I said, how many kids do you have? None. You better get some, and you're going to figure out how wrong you are. And this was the problem today, They got these fucking idiots that don't have kids of their own, obviously. And if you just talk to your children, they'll understand. No, they won't. Kids are like dogs. I mean, I know it sounds bad, but it's true. You can talk all day to your blue in the face to your dog. It don't give a shit. Whip out the rolled up paper, you get its attention. Bring out a treat, you get its attention in a good way. It's called discipline. You have to do the same thing with kids, not with paper or treats, but it's the same concept, And I don't give a damn what the law says. I do what I think is right, And a friend used to tell me years ago, nothing's illegal till you get caught. And there's a certain amount of truth to that, You don't get caught, no harm, no foul, right? But Derek says, my mother's choice of weapon was wooden spoons and hairbrushes up close and metal teaspoons at a distance. She used to throw them at you. My mother used to throw shit at me, too. But my mother threw everything at me. I mean, nothing that would actually really hurt me, but she threw dishes at me, the unbreakable kind. Was it the Melmac? Silverware, not knives, though. Once she did. Once she threw a steak knife at me. My dad backhanded her right out of her chair. He fucking lost it, man. I mean, it hit me handle first, but if it hit me blade first, I don't know what would have happened, but he lost it. She never did that again, but she threw shoes at me, anything that was easily thrown, she would throw at me, And of course, after a while, it became a game, My dad, if you pissed my dad off, you knew, don't fuck with him. He will fuck you up, Even if he wouldn't, we believed he would, We had a healthy fear of, him. And that's the way you're supposed to, If you don't have a fear of your parent or parents, you're going to do whatever fuck you want, But when you believe in the back of your mind that one of your parents might fucking end your life, you remember Bill Cosby used to say, I brought you in this world, I'll take you out? That's a reasonable, it works. Because kids don't know any better. And they go, holy shit, he's going to kill me, Let's see. My mother's... I got that one. Tom says, my mom and dad had a frayed leather strap. Did not want to get hit by that. I learned how to outrun them not to get hit. You were lucky. My uncle had what he called the cat of nine tails. Hung over the mantle over his chimney or fireplace. I don't think he ever used it on any of the kids. But my cousin Sammy, he was a couple years younger than me. He was terrified of that thing. I said, you ever get hit with it? Oh, I don't want to either. My Uncle Sam he would look at it and look at the kid, and the kid would straighten up right then and there, man. I mean, he couldn't hit the kid with that. It probably would have fucked him up bad, It was a whip with 5 separate things, and they were leather, and they had beads on the end of them. If you got hit with that, it would actually break skin, man. It would fuck you up. James says, Tom Grassi, I got the strap in grade school. I grew up on the street, North End kid. There you go. Yeah, they weren't allowed to use a strap on. They used paddles on us in school. Until the one incident where I took it away from the principal, beat him with it. I'll tell that story someday, but I didn't get in any trouble either, but I was unjustly paddled, Derek says, we had a long cable on the wall phone, and she was on the phone, and I kept pulling on the wire to tease her. After 5 times, she realized and flung a spool of thread at me, and it went through the window. Holy shit. Chuck says, I got whacked twice in 7th grade with the paddle around 1970. Yeah, when was that for me? It was in middle school. That probably been the late 70s, mid 70s. No. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. When did I graduate? Fuck, I don't even remember now. I was in middle school at the time. I got in a fight with another kid. I didn't start the fight. The kid jumped me and got a few good hits in, and I finally got him on the receiving end. I had him on the ground. I was pounding on him, and next thing I know, a yardstick cracks over the back of my head. I didn't know what the hell it was. I jumped up. I was ready to hit whoever fucking hit me. It was the vice principal. An old lady, And thank God I didn't hit her, because I probably would have killed her. And she says, you're going to the office. I said, for what? For fighting. What about him? He's hurt. He's not going to the office. I said, what the fuck? So I go to the office. The fucking principal, he's a semi-professional golf guy, right? He had a whole locker full of different paddles. He was an asshole. He said, I'm going to give you 2 licks for fighting. I said, no, you're not. You're going to give me 1. So I'll let you give me 1 just because, but I didn't start the fight. I finished it, though, He said, well, you don't get to decide. I said, well, we'll see about that. So they had a chair, plastic chairs, school chairs. It was up against the wall. You had to put your hands on the seat, and your head was about this far from the wall, bent down. He'd come around and whack me a good one. He whacked me hard enough where my head hit the wall. It hurt a little bit. Motherfucker. So when he came back around for the second one, I did a tuck and roll. He missed me, spun around, lost his balance, hit the floor. All right? I took the paddle away because he didn't have a good guy. I took the paddle, I started beating him with it. He's screaming for the cops and everything else. I need help! I need help! Help me! I'm getting beat up! Hey, you fucking pussy. And I'm fucking, doing that, like the mom thing. You don't hit me more than I tell you. Everything. I was going nuts on the guy, right? Next thing you know, the cops are there. They got me in handcuffs, right? Of course, my parents get called. And of course, my mother always backed me up, because she knew I didn't start anything. She said, what happened? I said, the kid hit me, and I said, I wasn't going to let him hit me and get away with it, so I finally got the better of him. I started pounding on him. Bulldog Hunter, that was the vice president, that's what we used to call her. The Bulldog Hunter cracked me in the head with a yardstick. I almost hit her. Then she sent me to the office where they wanted to give me 2 whacks for fighting. Told him I wasn't going to take 2, I'd take 1, because the other kid doesn't get in any trouble at all, and that's bullshit. He started it. I didn't cuss back then, but... So she goes, well, He says, who told you can hit my son? To the principal, right? Well, man, we have. She just, I don't give a. And you think I'm bad with language? Every word out of her mouth was fuck. You know, who the fuck do you think you are hitting my goddamn fucking kid? I will fucking see you in the next week. You know, she scared everybody, even the cops. They didn't want to do. You know, so they wound up, taking the cuffs off me, and they dropped charges. And she told him, she says, you ever touch my kid again, I'll ruin your life. You know, you will be in the poorhouse forever. So I actually got away with it, so, but it was bullshit, Let's see, 1963, there we go. When I lived in government housing, I watched a 2-year-old cuss his mother out. He had a good father figure. He had such a good father figure, or they don't. Yeah, probably. Well, and that happens more often than not, because the women, they can't really defend themselves against their kids, especially boys. Although the girls are just as bad, And like I said, I'm an asshole. I don't put up with that. You don't hit a woman, unless a woman hits you first. Then it's kind of open. I had a girlfriend back in high school. She turned around and backhanded me, for no reason. And I'm going, no. And I backhanded her back. You can't hit me. I'm a girl. I said, well, you can't hit me either. I said, you want to give it out, you better be ready to take it, I didn't throw as much force into it as I could have. But, I was like, no, it doesn't work that way, So that's the only time I would ever hit a woman, She hit me first. I had a girlfriend, she actually punched me in the face, broke my fucking nose. And I backhanded her, knocked her off her fucking feet, What the hell is wrong with you? You won't give me money for crack. Oh, well, tough shit. You don't fucking break my nose over it, Yeah, I had some real winners out. She was good looking, but she had some attitude issues. I lost my insurance money going to school, so we played hooky. They sent the cops to look for us. Yeah, they'll do that. They still do. Chuck says, you were a little rebel in your younger years, Shane. There you go. Yes, sir, Chuck. Docks and trains. There you go. Chuck, I lost my sister going to school. Oh, bummer. My first 6 years of school was in Catholic school. Man, those nuns were mean back then. They still are, I think. I never went. My mother used to threaten me with Catholic school, because I wasn't bad in school or anything, but I don't know, she would just go off on a tangent and, I'll put you in Catholic school if you don't straighten up. It's like, no, Mom, don't do that. Anything but that, Because back then, I don't know if they still do it, but, you'd hold your hands out, they'd crack your knuckles with a yardstick. It fucking hurt, from what I'm told. And that was like part of the deal. No, we're not going there. And what are you going to do? If you look at them the wrong way, they'll crack you in the knuckle. So, unfortunately, I never went. But I put my daughters in Catholic school. They were having not them probably, but realistically, it was the school that was the problem. I took them out of public school and put them in Catholic school for 2 years. In elementary school, and they did great in Catholic school. But in public school, they were always getting picked on. My daughter had a black female teacher, didn't like my daughter, and just fucked with her constantly. And my daughter told me if I went to school, and I said, what the fuck is your problem? You're a racist. I said, you don't even know me. I said, but you're supposed to be a teacher, and you don't see color in the classroom. Why are you picking on my daughter, She's a racist, too. I said, did she ever call you something? No, but I could tell she's a racist. You have a problem, lady, and maybe you should go find a black school to teach if you think all whites are racist, So I had her transferred out of that class and had a white teacher take care of her. Wow, James, wouldn't want to be you going home that night. Yeah, no doubt. My school burned down in '64. We blamed the Catholics. Church was next door. The school was a public school. All right, yeah, that sucks. So, like I said, they did well, and they learned a lot. They were getting taught better in Catholic school than they were in public school. I'm still against public schools. I think they should shut them all down. We should go back to like a one-room classroom like they had back in the 1800s, early 1900s, and have one in every district. Limit the class to maybe 20, 25 kids. One teacher for the whole day, and let them learn that way, because it would be cheaper. Instead you got a $50 million school, 5,000 kids in it. Well, probably not that many, but a couple thousand kids, dozens of teachers. Now, teachers today are all young, and the women are anyway. They're young and fairly good looking, and the boys are sitting in class thinking about what they want to do to them teachers. When I was in school, we didn't have young teachers. We had old farts. The youngest teacher was like 60. You didn't even think about doing anything with her. Yeah, the only young people we had was in gym class, phys ed. Usually had a younger guy like in his early 30s, and the girls had a woman coach. She was probably in her early 30s too. Not particularly good looking, more of a dyke than anything else. But our regular teachers, math, science, all that stuff, they are old people, and we should go back to that. Get retirees to teach school, man. Well, they're smarter. They don't take no shit off nobody, most of them, and they'll work for practically nothing, and be happy about it. A little extra income, and the young boys won't be fantasizing about betting any of them. At least they shouldn't be anyway. Am I wrong or what, man? I think I'm right. And I've been talking about this for many years. And I don't think we need 12 years of school either. In Japan, they've only got 9 years of school. In 8th and 9th grade over there, they basically, they learn life, and then they can go to a trade school afterwards, which I think is another 2 years. Or some business type school, depending what they want to do. We should follow that. 12 years in school, the last 4 is a refresher of what you learned from the first 8. It don't make no sense, And half these kids come out, they can't write cursive anymore. They have no idea how to balance a checkbook, apply for a car loan, a mortgage, even an interview for a job. Don't even know how to do that. Or simple shit like, changing a tire on their car. These kids are coming out of high school and they're dumber than a box of rocks. When I quit the 10th grade, and that was my argument. I said, look, you're not teaching anybody anything in 11th, 12th grade. I already know everything I need to know as far as, life in general. I said, I know how to balance a checkbook. I know how to apply for a car loan. I know how to interview for a job because I've already done it, You're not teaching them any of this shit. All it is a review of what they learned the last, 8 or 9 years. It's stupid. I'm not wasting my time sitting in a desk reviewing everything I already know. I want to go out, I want to get in the workforce and get a jump on the rest of these morons. Well, that's not the way you get an education. I said, well, you get paid for me sitting there saying here every morning. So I don't expect you to do anything except keep the status quo. And they go, well, how do you know about that? Because I told you, I'm not stupid. I know how this works. You get paid per student if they say here in the morning. That's why the attendance is there. Not because you give a shit about any of us, so that you get your $3.20 or whatever they got back then per student. So you don't give a fuck whether I come out of there dumber than a box of rocks or not, as long as you got your money. Fuck you. I didn't like that too much. I quit anyway. I wasn't legally old enough to quit. You had to be 16 and I quit at 15. So they sent the truant officer to my house and threatened my dad. He just says, well, you can put me in jail if you want. He's still not going to school. He's out there. I had a job a week after I quit. Full-time job, So it's like, fuck you, I'm making money, you know. Just the way it is, but I think things need to change, and once again, you know, I don't necessarily agree with corporal punishment in the school, but I don't disagree with it either, but I think the parents should be in on it. And the parents should be, you know, the parents should be active in their kids growing up anyway, you know. I was with my kids, you know, if they fucked up, they had me to deal with. Fortunately, they were smart enough to, you know, usually, because then they knew better to lie to me, because, you know, if you lie to me, you're going to get it twice as bad as if you told me the truth, you know. And I think they were a little afraid of me, or afraid of pissing me off anyway. And that was a good thing, you know. I know the counsel said, well, your kids shouldn't be afraid of you. Yes, they should. Should be afraid to be wrong, you know. I said, my kids have respect for me. They know I love them. I know they love me. But they don't fuck with me either, you know. They're not going to bullshit me because they know they'll be in a world of shit when I find out, and I will find out. So, you know. And my kids came out good, you know. I mean, unfortunately, I lost my oldest son. You know, his wife murdered him, but that was beyond anybody's control. But both my daughters are doing well. My middle son, through marriage, he's doing something around the world. He's working for the military. I think he's a spy or something. He's doing okay for himself. Now, my youngest son, well, he thinks he's fucking trans or something. He hasn't done anything weird yet, but, you know. Hey, Russ, what's going on, man? Of course I'm still here. Where else would I be? Right? But that teacher was unhappy inside when you quit. Well, I don't know. You know, like I said, I didn't care. I actually tried to legally quit. You know, I went through the process. I petitioned the school board. You know, I did everything by what I thought was correct. You know, saying, look, I can justify what I'm doing. You know, because they tell you, you're just going to wind up another, you know, bum kid on the street. No, I'm not. I have a plan. I'm not going to sit home and get high or drunk. I'm going to get a job, you know. I have responsibility. You know, by the time I was 15, I wasn't even really living at home that much. I had an apartment I rented. I had my own car, which I wasn't technically legal to drive without an adult, but I did anyway. I had a job, full-time job. You know, I was living an adult life, man, which was a lot easier back then. You can't do it today, I don't think, but you know, it is what it is. But I was justified in everything I said, and I gave them solutions. They didn't want to hear them, you know. Why don't you change your whatever they call it, and start teaching these kids something they can actually use in life. Teach them how to balance a checkbook, because you know, that's what we used back then. Teach them how to apply for a home loan, you know, mortgage. Teach them how to, you know, shop for a car if they're going to buy a new one, or even a good used one. You know, show them how to do a proper, you know, application for work. Have these, I mean, I felt bad, but half of them fucking kids, they didn't know how to do any of that shit. You know, I knew how because my parents, they kind of instilled that in me, you know. So you get blocked. He ain't gonna get blocked here, man. Nobody gets blocked here, hardly. So, I mean, you know, but they didn't want to listen because it was all about the money. But I don't care about money, you know. I mean, not really. I probably should, but I don't, you know. I said, yeah, and they did too. Because I told them, I said, you know what? If you're worried about the money, just say I'm here. Have somebody say here for me in the morning. You'll still get your money, even though I won't be here. They actually did. I never graduated because, you know, I would have never graduated anyway because I was a few credits short because I constantly failed phys ed because I didn't like dressing out. I couldn't do running sports because of my bad knees. I had a doctor's note, but they didn't want to hear it. So I couldn't have graduated even if I stayed in. But they actually had me still in school, 11th and 12th grade. Go figure, right? I was never there. I didn't really give a shit. Russ, Eddie H.O. Russ is busy doing home improvement, selling a train collection, and doing YouTube videos. I saw your latest one, where you got the, at least that's the last one I seen, the coal hopper, I think it was. Some sort of open hopper. I sold some end scale, ordered new locomotive pre-order, Russ. Oh, cool. Chuck says, that's too much work, Russ. As Russ says, HO is what I'm selling there. Yeah, because you're basically O-scale, aren't you? Or trying to do O-scale. You got to start building your damn layout, though, man. I enjoy watching your mail calls, but I'd really enjoy watching you build something, you know. Do you plan on actually building your layout anytime soon? It'd be nice to see. Then we could see all that cool stuff you bought actually in operation, right? That was a nice hopper too, by the way. I wasn't really aware that Atlas made a lot of O-scale stuff. Yeah, it actually was nice. Usually you think of O-scale, you're thinking, you know, Lionel and a couple other brands. Derek wants to know if you have any Pacific Fruit Express or Fruit Grower Reefers. Russ Rock, me too, Jim. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I know you think you're going to die at a young age, Russ, but it'd be nice to have a layout before you do, in case you do, you know. I don't know. Damn, it's 9:45 already? Damn, time flies. We're having fun, don't it? Yeah, we're going to have to wrap this up around 10 o'clock, but we got 17 minutes left. So, anyway. Yeah, Rush, you'll have to watch the replay. I showed my building of this here. That's the dual tunnel mountain with a ridge for the overhead rail system. And that's just the framework on there, and got the lights in already, and now I got to put the covering over it. I'm not sure what I'm going to try. Tinfoil first. That don't work. I'll probably use paper garbage bags, or if worse comes to worse, I'll use plaster cloth. Either way, I'm going to do something starting tomorrow. Atlas is trying to give me a heart attack. They are doing Tropicana reefers. I like. Well, that's cool. I've got one Tropicana reefer here. It was a gift. I can't remember who gave it to me. I only have one. Well, I'll probably print up some more. They'd be easy enough to print. Hey, Rick says, Derek, I have 12 Pacific Fruit Express reefers there. Yeah, that's quite a few. And like I said, if I want anything from here on in, I'll probably just print up what I want. But realistically, I have more rolling stock than I can fit on my layout. You know. Chuck says they are neat looking, Rick. Cool. Not for sale though, right? Oh. Of course, if I did get a fleet of them, maybe 5 or 6 of them, I'd have to probably build some sort of plant to, you know, bring them to. Oh, watch replay, Jim. I saw the core of your tunnel. Okay, cool. They're putting the reefer units on the front of the cars. Okay. So, I don't know. James says, I want the Athearn Every Child Matters locomotive. No delivery date yet. I didn't know they had one coming out. That's cool. Rick says, correct, not for sale, and wrong scale for you. I'm O scale. Okay. Yeah, it'd be kind of hard to make that work on an HO track, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah. Stream's been doing pretty good tonight, I would imagine. I did some corrections on OBS. I think it would have been even better, but I changed one setting last minute I probably shouldn't have. And that was the, I can't remember what it's called now. But there were other settings I had to change because I did that test last week. 0 drop frames. It really didn't, the signal was good most of it. A couple times it glitched, but overall pretty good. Now here I've actually done good on the signal. I do have 0.7% drop frames. I think it's because I changed the latency setting in OBS. I'm going to change it back for next time, because I didn't have any drop frames last time. And I've noticed on my phone I'm not seeing, I don't have sound on them, but it looks like it's doing pretty good on the phone, so we'll see. Ooh, big reefers. There you go. They announced 3 years ago, says James. It's a long time. Rest says IMO scale too. I think John K. Yeah, John Nippenberg, he does O scale too. Oh. I said I wish I could have went with O scale. I simply can't afford it. Not on the scale that I want anyway. So HO seems to be a good fit for me. I wish my hands were a little smaller. I would have went with N scale, because I tried N scale once, and my fat fingers just don't work with it, But it was kind of nice. I mean, I could have done like a whole state in this area, in N scale. So, but this is where I'm at, and this is where I'm staying. James says, Russ, I have the decals, might custom paint a locomotive. Need to find a Scale Trains ES44AC in the fall. I've got 2 of those actually, but I'm not selling them. Big reefer. Hey, you awake? Pogo? Pogo's, what the hell are we still doing here? Well, we're going to leave soon. Gotta wait a little bit longer. Yeah, a new engine for us is around $700 to $800. Can't afford them anymore. Yeah, I'm saying it's ridiculous. The Scale Trades, I think they're getting. It's either close to 3 or a little over 3 for sound and DCC. That's a lot of damn money, man. It's not that much cheaper for, a DCC ready, because they have them. But I think it's only like maybe $80 less. Derek said my HO big boys were $865. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? I don't know how they justify it. I really don't. I can't afford that. I mean, that's like, I'd have to save up for 4 months for that. Maybe longer. Sparky has 2 of them. Shit. Must be nice. Of course, Sparky makes good money, so he can afford it. I don't make good money. Russ says, I sold my entire N-scale collection Over 750 items in 2015. Poor eyes, I don't miss it at all. As I'm saying, they're great, but they're kind of hard if you got poor eyesight or fat fingers. You know, I mean, I can't do it. You know, I could sort of use them a little bit, but if I had to repair one of them, well, that ain't happening. I mean, I have a tough time changing couplers on HO. Ain't no fucking way in hell I'm doing it on N scale. Russ said it took about a year. That's not bad, though. I mean, I assume you made good money. Because that's what I did. I got back into it, what, 6 years ago? No, about 8 or 9 years ago. I was still in Naples. And, you know, because I haven't touched them since I was, a teenager. And I said, I'm going to do N scale because it'll be small. I got a relatively small room for them. So I spent about $2,000, on all N scale stuff. Sorted locomotives, track, rolling stock, everything, And then, like I said, I just got saying, I can't work with these fucking things. I'm going back to HO. That's what I started with. So I sold everything, actually made more money than I paid for this stuff, and sold it pretty quick, and converted over to HO. Been with HO since. Derek says, Russ, I wouldn't be able to see what I was selling. That's what I'm saying, It's crazy. James says, Russ, I already turned N scale for layout tours and TH&B. Rick says, I'm doing a trial. I'm cutting 4x4 down to a 53 by 48 foot. Intermodal containers out of wood. Oh, cool. That'll be different. You gotta put those on. You gotta record those when you get them finished. That sounds cool. That's what I'm saying. This hobby is getting out of control price-wise, and we're gonna have to start making our own stuff. This is where printers come in handy, and even other sorts of ways of doing things. And of course, the deal is, most people that have layouts, well, not most maybe, but some, like me, that want things that aren't available. Like, do you think you'd find this tunnel assembly? Tunnel mountain assembly? You're not going to find it anywhere. The only way to do it is to custom make it. How big would an O-scale container be? Well, his is pretty small. It's about like that. It's a shorty. But still big for, it's way bigger than HO scale. So, and that's the problem with my overhead rail system. They really don't make it, and if they did, I'd have to modify it anyway because it wouldn't be suitable for what I want. So, making my own stuff is really the only way to go. I mean, there's some things you can't make, like track and turnouts and shit. But, and that's not altogether true. I mean, if you wanted to go with, dead rail, you could make your own track, out of plastic. But, but dead rail's a pain in the ass. But I mean, really, trees, structures, overhead rail systems, tunnels, mountains. You really can't buy that stuff. I mean, even bridges is a problem. Now, some places will craft a bridge to your specifications. You're going to pay for it. But a lot of the stuff is either pre-built and not the right size or right height or right width. And you have to either have to modify it or just make your own, So, and as I said, that bridge that I had on the end there, I got it put away now, but that's a wooden bridge that I bought online. I think I paid like 40 or 50 bucks for it. Guy making them, that's what he did. It wasn't custom built for me, but that was what he had, and he said I bought it. And at the time I thought it was pretty cool, but looking back on it, it was like, nah, it's really not, So, I mean, I may use it somewhere else on the layout, I don't know where. But, you know, you never know. I prefer to make my own stuff. At least then I get what I want, you know. Now, he said they do make an overhead rail system. The sections are about this long. They're about $30 each section. It would cost me probably $1,000 to do my whole, you know, to do all 3 sections that I put up. So I've got, what was it, 30? I got about 65 feet of it. That's a lot, you know. Tom said that's why I 3D printed all my draft signals. The HO scale one was too small for my. Yeah, absolutely. Russ says 53-foot container is about 13¼ inches long, Derek. Yeah. And it was really nice too, man. Like I said, I could print stuff like that. It's small. I don't think I could do like 60, 70 foot stuff because my build plate ain't big enough. But of course, if I was doing O-scale, I would have bought a bigger printer. They do have printers big enough to run O-scale stuff on. Rick said I did treated lumber already. Was a little too heavy. They're 13 inches long, 2¼ wide, and about 2.5 or 2¼ wide, about 2.5 wide. Okay. James says, Derek, once I start building the Helix, I try and set up camera and record. That would be cool. Thomas says, dwarf. Oh yeah, his draft signal, dwarf signals, all right. And you know, if I do, I'm going to probably put them up on my second level in the yard. I'm doing the same thing Tom did. I'm going to print my own. You know, I've got plenty of LEDs and shit. If I need more, I'll get them. And just do it that way and save a ton of money. You know, and get what I want. Chuck said that would be awesome, James. Yeah, it will. James said, Thomas Grassi, I got dwarf signals printed, not installed yet. There you go. Derek said, looking forward to it, James. He says, yeah, Tom printed me some dwarf signals. They are great. I'm so happy. Exactly, man. You know. And it saves you a ton of money, too, because you buy that shit, it ain't cheap. You know. And it's like, really? You know. I've got some signal towers here. You know, they're about yay tall. I think I got 3 or 4 of them. I bought them, I think at a train show. They were cheap. You know, I don't think they got lights in them. They're like fake ones. I'll have to look, and they might be real. But, you know, if you buy them, like in a train store or whatever, they're going to set you back 30, 40, 50 bucks. And you can print them for, you know, pennies. Why wouldn't you? And I still have my crossing gates, and I still haven't finished them yet, but I mean, I'm close to it. The one I built is actually operational, but I'm going to use Arduino with that, and I've got to build a second one for crossing over there. And I may even make some more of them down the road. And they're drop-ins. The way I set them up, so that you just drill a hole in your bench work, drop it down, and run a wire to it, or 2 wires, 3 wires set up actually, to it to your Arduino, and boom, you're ready to rock and roll. Thomas is too far away from. Yeah, well, that's true, James. Well, you're up in Canada, and the mail system up there sucks. You need to move to the States, man, and you can be with the rest of us, you know. Of course, by the looks of it, our mail system's getting ready to fucking implode, too. They just raised the price of stamps again. I think they're like, I don't know. Well, they were 78. I think they went up 4 cents, something like that. They're going to price themselves out of existence. Yeah. Thomas Spike, man, he sent me that locomotive. Small box. $10.30. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Tom says I need a dual search signal for my layout. The one I had bought and is not working, has a signal LED with 3 colors, red, yellow, and green, like separate LED colors. Well, I like separate, yeah. That's the best way to go. I've got LEDs here that can do 3 colors, but they came with my Arduino, I think, because I wouldn't buy them normally. James says, my wife's stepbrother lives in Utah, just got married. Oh, okay. That's right. Well, weren't you in Utah with him for a while? I think. Maybe. I don't remember. I don't know if I'd want to go to Utah, but he's not a Mormon, is he? Mormons are a little weird. Russ says, I will probably put up the temporary loop of track next, Jim, to run trains. It just doesn't make sense. Okay. Oh, James said no, you weren't there. Okay. Now listen, guys, it's 10 o'clock, so I'm going to wrap this up. I got to go home and watch some TV and relax a little bit. And we'll pick this up next week with more video of the tunnel system. What's that? Rick says, man, Tom, I have 2 of them. I'm not using just the wrong scale. Okay. There's James, Utah's Mormon country. Is he only married to 1 girl? Yeah, there you go. That's the old style Mormons. I don't think they all do that, but Russ says, makes sense to start official layout until train room. Yeah, exactly. I don't blame you. Tom says, Utah is a blue state. Too many wackos there. That too. Alright, James. Good night, man. I'm going to run the outro, and we'll see you guys next week. Everybody, thanks for being here. Be safe. Have a good weekend. Play with your trains when you can. And we'll see you next week. God knows what we'll be into by then. There we go.